May I have members of the Economic Development Committee attend to Committee Room 1, please? So you had, sorry. 12 and 8, okay.
Good morning. Would members of the Economic Development Committee please report to Committee Room 1 for quorum?
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Are there any declaration of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, thank you. I'd like to ask for a confirmation of the minutes from our October 24th meeting. Vice Chair Kelly, all those in favor, opposed, that's carried. Thank you. We have a number of speakers this morning. Okay, so we are going to be holding ED 16.1, Toronto's hotel sector's performance update. ED 16.2, we have a number of speakers on that particular item. Advancing work-based learning in Toronto, report of the Youth Employment Action and Action Plan Advisory Committee. And we have presentation from both Mr. Leon and Mr. York. Those are the committee chairs, okay? So I will be holding that item. ED 16.3, Greater Toronto Airport Authority, sustaining growth and delivering economic benefit. That's a presentation. So I'll be holding that. ED 16.4, Business Improvement Area, BIA's 2017 Operating Budget Report number 1. Vice Chair Kelly is moving adoption. All those in favor, opposed, that's carried. Thank you. ED 16.5, appointments to Business Improvement Area Boards of Management. What say you, Councillor Ford's moving adoption. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much, Councillor Ford. ED 16.6, activities that support Toronto's food-based scene. You're holding. Councillor Frakadakis is holding. Thank you. ED 16.7, an update on activities that supports Toronto's film and screen-based industries. Okay. Vice Chair Kelly is moving adoption. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. ED 16.8, film and television industry tax credit. I have a motion on this particular item. It's replacement of a word in the letter that had been submitted by the Film Committee. And so the motion is actually on the screen. And I just got the motion from the clerk, so are there any questions? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move, ask for a motion to move. Councillor Crisante, all those in favor to add the motion? Opposed, that's carried. Item as amended, all those in favor? Opposed, that's carried. Thank you. So 16.8 has been completed. 16.9. Film, Television, and Digital Media Board Customer Service Proposal. Okay. Vice Chair Kelly is moving adoption. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Thank you. 16.10, developing a night economy. We have a number of speakers on that particular item. We will be holding that. 16.11, 1611, Canada 150 planning update. Looking forward to the presentation from Mr. Latoya and others who will be presenting, because it will be showcasing the activities that the City of Toronto will be bringing forward in order to celebrate the sesquicentennial of this great country of Canada. Mr. Latoya, you're shaking your head? Yes? Excellent, great. I hope that some people will stay for that presentation, especially folks from the hotel industry and so on. So I know, Terry, you may not be able to, right? That's good. All right, so we'll hold that item. ED 16.12, ensuring a robust hotel supply to strengthen tourism. We have speakers on that particular item, so we'll be holding that. Thank you. All right, ED 16.13, that's our economic bulletin. All right, okay, so removing receipt, adopt the information that, yeah, it goes to council, yeah. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Councillor Frakadakis.
On a procedural matter, I'm just wondering, given the number of presentations that we have today, can we limit the presentations to 5 minutes or maximum 10?
Yeah, I'm afraid, Councillor, we won't be able to. Some of them are required to have a little bit more time just by the nature of them. There is sufficient amount of time for us to be able to complete the agenda. We had examined the agenda itself. We are required to, maybe may go.
Well, I know we're required to have presentations. I'm just wondering if we can limit them.
So,
I would ask the committee if they would consider that.
Yeah, and I'm suggesting, Councillor, that we should not do that. There's a lot of information that needs to be presented to this committee for their consideration. We had examined that, and so while you make that request, you can put it on the floor, but I'm saying to members, we should allow the presentation to take place. There are not a lot of deputations.
I'm trying to stop the presentations. That's actually.
Well, you're trying to limit them. I understand that. And I'm suggesting to you that we should not do that. We should allow the staff and the people who are here today to make their presentation. We have enough time to be able to go through them, Councillor. But your motion's on the floor, so all those in favor
People don't want to
of the
support it,
Councillor's
that's
motion? Presentations. She's talking about all the presentations.
Well, the deputations were limited anyways to 5 minutes. I wasn't trying to start.
So there's a motion on the. Yeah, so thanks, Councillor Carroll. So there is a motion on the table from Councillor Rakadakis asking for the presentation to be limited to 5 minutes. I'm opposed to that, but I'll leave it to members. So all those in favor? Oppose? Okay, that does not carry. Thank you very much. Okay, so Deputy Vice Chair.
Apologize for interrupting, but
No problem.
if I may, a thank you to the Grey Cup Committee for hosting this year's Grey Cup, the 104th in Toronto. And a big thank you to the players and coaches of the Ottawa Red Blacks who won and the Calgary Stampeders. It was one hell of a game. Boy, I'll
So a
tell
big
you.
round of applause, and that's great. Well, just to add my voice, Councillor, unfortunately, I didn't see the game. I listened to it on radio and then looking at it online. But I just wanted to simply say congratulations to the, certainly to the CFL. Our brand of football is something that people are always saying it's not very exciting, but by all accounts, yesterday was an exciting game, Councillor. So,
Man, when you have two fighter jets flying over you about 20 feet away, as if you could touch them, that set the tone. It was an awesome experience.
fantastic. So congratulations to all, and welcome. So again, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Economic Development Committee. This is the 16th of these meetings, and we're delighted to have you all here today. The first item is ED 16.1, Toronto's Hotel Sector Performance Update. We have joining us today, I think there's a lot of noise. I'm just wondering if we can kind of keep it down a little bit. We have Mr. Terry Mundell, who's here with us, and we also have, I believe, David Laroni, who is the Senior Managing Director of CBRE, and Fran Ohal, Senior Director of Tourism and Leisure Group at CBRE. And you are here to present to us this morning. We also, okay, I think it's okay, great. So, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, members of the committee. My name is Terry Mundell, President and CEO of the Greater Toronto Hotel Association. Joanne Belanger, President and CEO of Tourism
That's
Toronto,
right,
also
Joanne. Yes, thanks.
joins us today. And yes, it was a hell of a ball game yesterday. It sure was something to watch. We're here today to provide an update on the performance of the hotel community in the City of Toronto over the course of the last many years. I think you'll all know what's related to our discussions with the City of Toronto and our opposition to a hotel tax. One of the things we think is most important is that you get a sense of really what our investment community looks like right now, really what the business looks like in terms of our net operating income, and clearly, without a doubt, about the amount of hotels that we have lost actually since 2010. The model is actually going in the wrong direction, unfortunately. I will turn it over to Mr. Larone, David Larone, who can open up. This report was commissioned by GTHA, but Mr. Larone and his company have done all the work.
Thank you very much, Terry, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, and committee members for allowing us the opportunity to present. We're part of the, Fran and I are part of the CBRE Hotels Group. We are independent advisors to the hospitality industry, specifically on the hotel side. Our clients are owners, operators, financial institutions, investors in the space. And we are third-party advisors to that industry. So as Terry was saying, in December 15, we presented a report to the Greater Toronto Hotel Association outlining the economic impact of the hotel sector on the Greater Toronto area. And then following up in September of 16, we also provided a report where we were comparing the sort of the competitive landscape, performance metrics of the hotel sector in Toronto compared to 15 other downtown hotel markets across North America. And I think that that's what my colleague Fran Ohal is going to take you through that presentation this morning, just showing what the results were there. The ability for us to undertake this type of analysis is based on the fact that this is what we work with every day. We also own the largest proprietary database on the hotel sector in Canada. There are 380,000 hotel rooms in Canada. We track the top-line performance of over 240,000 hotel rooms every month, rate occupancy and RevPAR. And as well, we have a full operating statement composite on the hotel sector. We annually receive the financial statements from about 650 hotels. So it's that on a confidential basis, but that's what allows us to, and that relationship that we have with the industry allows us to gain insight, and we have the ability to benchmark the performance of the hotel sector. Similarly, in the U.S., what is it, 6,000 hotels? Our colleagues in the U.S. track the operating statements of over 6,000 hotels in the United States. So that, again, that allows us to run a composite to compare the operating performance of the Toronto hotels. I'm going to turn it over to Fran to let her run through the study results, and we have questions at the end of that, right?
Okay. And in the interest of time, it'll be run through. So, in terms of defining the overall sector, the Greater Toronto Hotel Association, they have about 212 hotels. They offer close to 39,000 rooms, and they take in sort of the City of Toronto, areas in the west, Mississauga, Brampton, and then areas to the east, or sorry, north, Vaughan, Richmond Hill, and Markham. So that's about 39,000 rooms. And if you look at the total GTA supply, we track rooms a little bit further east and north of there as well. In total, there are about 44,000 rooms in the surrounding GTA. If we just look at what's offered in the City of Toronto itself, the city has 108 hotels. This is as of 2015, and just a little better than 25,000 rooms within the city itself. So downtown Toronto itself has 61 hotels, about almost 17,000 rooms. So 2 out of every 3 rooms in the City of Toronto are located within the downtown itself. But the surrounding area around the city, that 905 plus area, there's 19,000 rooms that the city also competes with in the surrounding area. If you look at Toronto from a national perspective, as David mentioned, there's 385,000 rooms or thereabouts. So 1 in every 10 rooms in Canada is actually located in the GTA overall. There's the top 10 hotel markets in Canada. Of course, Toronto being the largest, it's almost twice the size of Vancouver and Montreal. Now, if we just kind of take a historic look at our performance, we've tracked it from 2000 to 2015. So this is big picture now. This is GTA, not the City of Toronto, but the overall GTA. Since 2000, we've seen 7,500 rooms that have been added to the GTA. So we've gone up to, as I said earlier, about 44,000 rooms. We've had 80 new hotels built. That's 12,000 rooms added to supply. But there's also been 24 hotels representing about 6,000 rooms that have been taken out of inventory over that span. So it equates to really about 56 net new hotel properties in the last 15 years. Much of that new supply that's coming on, again, is happening in the 905 surrounding the City of Toronto. So if you look at just in the last 5 years in the City of Toronto itself, we've had 6 new hotels built, 1,560 rooms. At the same time, 12 have come out of inventory, and that's 1,470 rooms. So you get a bit of a balance there. In terms of demand, as I said earlier, we had about 21% increase in demand from 2000 to 2015, in supply. We've seen that demand has kept pace with that supply. So our demand rather has gone up about the same level, but you do see some fluctuations. We know when our soft periods were in 2001, 2003, but we've had some, and also 2009, but we've also had some strong growth, 04 to 07 and 13 to 15. So our latest numbers for 15, Toronto had about a 2% increase in supply, demand pacing 1 point ahead at about 33% increase in demand, resulting in 71% occupancy. Now, if you take that picture and just look at the City of Toronto, what you see there is, while we've seen growth in the overall GTA market, in terms of the City of Toronto, both supply and demand have been basically flat for the last 15 years. As I said earlier, much of that growth is happening in the 905 area. In terms of who stays in hotels, we track the type of consumer into four demand segments. One being corporate commercial travelers, then you have your leisure travelers, then you have your group business and meeting conferences, and government and other discount business. So in the GTA overall, this is GTA, about 37% of that market is leisure, 34% commercial, and then meeting conference makes up about 17%. If you looked at just downtown, you can see that downtown gets stronger leisure. Their numbers are about 41%, and stronger meeting conference at about 21%. So we then took a look at Toronto's performance against its main competitors, and we tracked 16 of its competitive destinations. And here we focus primarily just on the downtown markets in each of these destinations. So we had 13 US cities and 2 other Canadian cities, Vancouver and Montreal. In terms of occupancy, the occupancies in those cities range from 70% to 85%. And in 2015, Toronto ranked close to the bottom end of that scale at about 71%. In terms of average daily rate, the competitive destinations ranged from about $175 on one end to $450. And we have tracked those, and we've converted all of these to Canadian dollars, so we're comparing with us on a proper basis, I guess. So the top 5 ranking destinations in terms of ADR, you see is New York, Boston, San Fran, Washington, and Austin. In 2015, Toronto ranked 4th lowest amongst its competitors. It had an ADR of $194. Now we looked at what amount of revenue are each of those competitive markets getting in a total capacity. So we're now measuring how much they're taking in from rooms, from food and beverage, from room rentals, and so on. So San Francisco's at the top of the scale here. They achieve about $154,000 per available room. And if you remember back, that's because they're also getting $320 in terms of a Canadian ADR and an occupancy that's over 80%. So where does Toronto slide? If you go down to the bottom end of the scale, they're at about $81,000, and they're getting about 50% of what San Francisco's getting. So they've ranked 15th against its competitors. Toronto has. In terms of then how much do we have to pay to operate all those various departments, what is the cost to clean a room, and the food and beverage cost of goods and so on, you can see that that the Toronto market again is experiencing higher than average expense items. And when it comes to expenses, you measure those as a percentage of your income. So in terms of rooms, the amount of money that it takes to run a room or clean a room and sell it, et cetera, is about 31% of its revenue. So they're the 3rd highest in terms of its competition. Food and beverage costs here in Toronto are higher. They're 4th highest. And then we have utilities costs. So cost around the increases in Toronto Hydro and so on has put downtown Toronto 6th highest in terms of utility expenses. So overall, it cost $60,500 per room to run that hotel. So what does that leave then in terms of what we have on the bottom line, our net operating income? Toronto downtown properties achieve $18,450 per available room. So that's the 2nd lowest amongst all its competitor. We've got lower revenues going in and higher expenses, particularly, as I said, around food costs, utilities, property taxes, and so on. So that means less to the bottom line. If you want to look at kind of a comparable sister city, Chicago does about $29,000 in NOI, and they get an ADR of about $264. We also have stronger labor costs because our benefit packages are higher than we get south of the border as well. But overall, we're the 2nd lowest in NOI. What have we done in terms of capital investments and reinvestments in the sector itself? If you look at the last 15 to 20 years, the level of capital investment just in new hotel construction has cumulatively been about $2.7 billion over the past 15, 16 years. And that level kind of ranged from, we had some highs back in 2000, $209 million. Then we tapered off quite a bit during the soft years. And then we started peaking again in 2011. You see the new luxury park product coming in to downtown, the Delta opening with the second property, et cetera. We also track in terms of how much money is going back into the sector for renovations. And just in the last year, when we talked to the hoteliers downtown, close to 2/3 of them expect to put major dollars back into renovations. And those things are to, like the Royal York, the Sheraton, the Harbour Castle, and so on, are all undergoing major renovation programs to keep them competitive with that new luxury product that we've added. So since 2000, we've seen 13,000 rooms built in the GTA. That's the 2.7 million. And then we've seen another $15,000 per room and almost 20,000 per room invested back into the product in downtown Toronto. What are the economic impacts of the sector? This is operations only. We're not talking about capital construction here at all. But just in terms of operations, there's $2.1 billion in revenues put in, and that translates down into about $1.7 billion share of the GDP and about 18,000 jobs. Of course, also tax dollars and so on. The municipal taxes are in the range of about $175 million. That was tracked in 2014. Now, if we look at what's happening with the rest of the visitor market to Toronto, this is the total visitor spending, what we would call RTO5, or Region 5. And our latest numbers there point to 28 million visitors to Toronto. They're spending $8.3 billion. And the largest share of that spend is actually going to transportation. Accommodation gets about 18 cents of every dollar, of every tourist dollar being spent. So big picture, we have 28 million visitors. 10.7 of those are staying overnight. And of those, that's about 38% of those, 47%, about half, are staying in commercial accommodation. So we take our number from 28 down to about 5 million that are staying overnight. And in terms of where are they spending those nights? Well, 60% of them are spending it at mom and dad's or Uncle Bob and Aunt Sue's place, friends and relatives. And then we get about 12.12 million person nights spending in a commercial accommodation. So of those, almost 1 in every 3 are Ontarians visiting here. Then you have a significant portion that seems to be growing by a good chunk, about 38%, staying in other forms of accommodation, and that could include, or does include, some of that shared economy. We did track the Airbnb market in the downtown sector itself, and what we've seen here is very huge supply growth in the last 12 months or so. The number of active units in the downtown are just a little better than 10,000 units. So if we think back to how many units we have, about 25,000 units of hotels and another competing sector within this. And downtown Toronto achieved about $58 million in revenue in the past 12 months. We looked at this a year ago for the overall GTA market, not just the downtown, and the numbers then were 60 million for the overall GTA. We're now at 58 million just for downtown. When we look at destination consumer taxes, this is the amount of money that's layered onto your bill on checkout. So this can include any of the various taxes, everything in Ontario based on HST plus a voluntary DMF and so on. When we look at those, they really range from a low end of 11% in Chicago to almost a little better than 18% in Montreal. Toronto is at about 15.67% right now. The average is about 15.1. Property taxes, again, we're near the top of the scale. The overall GTA property taxes are about $3,500 per room, but when we get into the downtown, that number is about $4,600 per room. So you can see we're at the top end. New York is also off the Richter scale, but we're on the top end of those overall cost. In terms of destination marketing fees, this is kind of a graph in terms of where has the funding for Tourism Toronto come from in the last 10 to 15 years. You can see that destination marketing fees were introduced really when it came post-SARS. It was in 2004 that we first started seeing those. And they then in turn went into fund the DMO, Tourism Toronto. The City of Toronto in 2000 to 2003 used to make contributions to the DMO. That's no longer the case. So since 2006, the city has kind of gotten out of that business, and Tourism Toronto has picked up the difference really through a voluntary destination fee. Those are the overall budget for this past year is close to 36 million for next year rather, and most of that funding is coming through a voluntary DMF.
It's coming from the hotels.
From the hotels, that's right. I'm done speaking.
Thanks, Fran. I think in just a quick synopsis, the real issue or the implications, additional tax on the hotels is going to impact competitiveness from the standpoint of consumer. We're in a situation where economic performance is low relative to the cities that we compete with. Additional tax, I said, is going to have an impact on leisure competitiveness, also for the meeting and conference section. Anything that you're adding to the consumer burden impacts the competitive nature of the industry. Makes sense. The other thing that I guess that people maybe aren't as aware of, it also impacts the competitive nature of the city from an investment perspective. I mean, people are investing money to make money. If any impact on the bottom line, then it impacts how attractive the destination may be from an investment perspective. I think that we probably used up our time, and we'll open for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. And just before I get to questioners, members, I did not, and Terry did, mention Joanne Belanger, who is the CEO of Tourism Toronto, and so you were not properly introduced. I'd like to, at this moment, take the time to properly introduce you, because, in fact, this has huge ramification, I know, for your members and obviously the work that you do in terms of promoting the city. So I'm delighted that you're here as part of the group. So it's not just the hotel, it's a collective area that has an impact. So I will now turn it over to our colleagues for questions, and our first questioner will be Councillor Carroll. Councillor?
Okay, I didn't know it was the first one. So if we could go back to slide 35, I'm having trouble, maybe I should ask the point of order question first. This is a huge amount of data to absorb this morning. I really wish we had had this before. I love to stare at charts. I just wish I could have stared at them overnight before having the presentation. But that being said, this one is the most important one to understand. But are we looking at, is this presentation the answer to my motion? There's a motion that came from council, but also a motion here in this committee that I moved a couple of months ago, asking for an analysis of hotels going out of inventory, as you say, or being converted through development applications.
That's 12, but...
Well, that's the council motion, but we moved a motion here in committee a couple of months ago. So is today a response to that, or can I still expect a staff response to that?
So let me help you with that, Councillor. So you can actually expect that staff report to come forward. This item comes from a discussion I had with Mr. Mundell about what the work that they were doing in these areas. It's just so the timing is interesting.
Oh,
but
okay.
it's different.
Okay, I needed to clarify that.
Fair enough.
And I apologize for being late, Mr. Chair, but so the council motion that came, is that just going to be referred to the motion that I had already moved earlier, so the two of those will come together?
Staff will collectively deal with them, absolutely.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I tried to cut that off at
Fair
the
enough.
passing council earlier.
Counselor, can I do the following, Counselor? It's at 1:44 now. I'm going to start your time over because you had those
Okay,
questions.
yeah,
To be
yeah.
fair, to give you an opportunity to be able to
Thanks.
ask questions, okay?
So
Thank you.
slide 35, if you can really clarify for me, because I really can't tell from the titles, where's the voluntary fee there in the two different ways? There's the voluntary destination fee that we instituted, and we were collecting it in a different way beforehand. So where's which one of those bars is the voluntary one now?
Is Joanne getting this? So we have the pink is the destination marketing fees before we then turned into moving to a provincial kind of funding, which is now the DMP funding through with.
There it is, the
It's the light blue.
DMP, so the blue.
Yeah, the
Okay.
light blue of recent years
Yeah.
is the funding coming through the voluntary DMF.
Okay, and I didn't notice if you mentioned it, or we were going pretty fast there. What percentage of the industry is paying that voluntary fee?
Thank you, Councillor. There's about 80% of the rooms that are on side with that program right now, and they remit to the Greater Toronto Hotel Association.
So 80%, so that's hence the big bar. So the question today, as part of your presentation, you were talking about the difficulty that a tax would take. Is that if it's over and above everything I see on this chart? Or if a mandatory replaced a voluntary, could we mitigate some of your concerns that you mentioned in the presentation?
Sure. Thank you very much, Councillor. Whether it's voluntary or a mandated tax, right now, both on a leisure perspective as well as the convention perspective, we are struggling with the costs of doing business and attracting to Toronto. Watkins Research Group, which is a North American study that gets done every 2 years, and they interview over 800 meeting planners in North America. Their summary out of our 800-page report was that Toronto's a great destination, except that it's the high cost of meeting here. And it takes the form of airlift, hotels, and taxes. The other thing that we do is every year we survey over 5,000 people who are leaving the airport, and we ask them a multitude of questions. But the last question we ask them, which is an open-ended question, is there anything that you do not like about Toronto? In 2010, 13.5% said it was too expensive. In 2015, 31% said it was too expensive. Those are unprompted responses. So going over and above where we already are is going to be certainly a factor in being able to attract conventions into our city as well as travelers.
Okay, and can you give me those two percentages, 10 versus 15 again?
Sure, 13.6% said it was too expensive.
In 2010?
2010. 30.3% said it was too expensive in 2015.
Which is interesting because in one of those, the American dollar was at par, and it's
Yeah.
a lower percentage, and when they were getting a big bargain, they were moaning more.
They often don't know that they're getting a bargain until they go back home and get their visa statements. They don't
But you don't go and ask them the question then, do you?
Pardon me?
You've already asked the question before they got the visa bill.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Because I would like to see a little bit of that analysis too of what the dollar change did to the market.
If I can, Councillor, the dollar change also makes an issue around investment decisions as well, because a lot of our head offices and our dollars come from the United States.
Right.
They're getting 20% or 25% less return on their investment when the dollar's down. So it has a bit of a double-edged sword for us. So for us even to get dollars to reinvest back into our existing product, I mean, we have to bid against all of these other groups down in the United States. It's 1 for 1, where ours isn't. And it causes us quite an amount of challenge in that piece. Sorry.
So how is, I'm not sure I understand why it's a challenge for you, but it's a boon for the film industry.
Well, it's a challenge for us because we have to get our dollars. The return on the investment goes back to our U.S. corporations, so their return is in Canadian dollars, which is less money.
Right, so if we could, okay, I have an interesting theory for what we might do about that. I have one last question, Mr. Chair, and that is there a slide here, because we were zipping through it pretty fast. In some of the comparators of the market, where could I figure out, because I like the cities we're comparing ourselves to, but which of those have a hotel tax and which don't? Does that show somewhere in this one that breaks down all the various types of revenues and costs?
They pretty well all have some type of fee if they're competitive with downtown Toronto. Some type of destination marketing fee is built into those. So I think it's this slide you're looking at.
Which is?
Which is
32.
the amount of
Okay.
consumer, what number, 32?
Okay.
That's the amount of consumer burden tacking on all the levels of taxes that the consumer would pay at the desk. So Toronto right now is 15.67% because of the way we add the DMF before, how does that work? After or before HST? After HST.
So this is 15.66 would be a hotel where they are accommodating our voluntary destination fee
what's your
program
last
plus
question, Counselor?
HST.
Yeah.
And if I
Okay.
can
All
to
right,
that,
that's your last question.
if I
Okay.
We can come back again if you'd like.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Okay,
If
Terry,
I
go
can,
ahead.
just to
a
that,
final
Mr.
comment.
Chairman, the other piece which is interesting of that slide is that not all of the states in the United States actually have a state lodging tax. Actually, 30 out of the 55 destinations don't. We start at 13% here. So we start behind the 8 ball because that's the HST. And I think that's a big issue in terms of some of the differential.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Ford, question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. I just have a few questions. So just the difference of a hotel and a motel, and has that been broken down in the report?
The properties we're looking at would be all of the assets in the competitive market. So the 38 or 44,000 rooms that we're looking at would account for all accommodation over 25 rooms open 365 days a year.
Right. Okay, thank you.
So everything's in there. However you categorize it, whether it's luxury or economy lodging.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And then a question on page 14 of your report. Pretty sure it was the breakdown, there we are, the market segmentation. So just curious to how you came up with these percentages and.
When we collect operating statements from the hotels, which we do on an annual basis, they provide with us the amount of room nights that go into those various segments.
Right.
And then we consolidate those to reflect the overall market, and then we also looked at it in terms of the downtown market itself.
Okay.
The data is coming from the hotels themselves.
Right, and with that, in terms of market segmentation, now I have in my ward, I have a number of hotels, probably one of the most in the city besides downtown. Does that break off the segmentation between North Etobicoke and downtown Toronto, or is it pretty?
There's a difference between, like, if you're in kind of the airport area, how much crew business and so on you're getting. So there are various variances as you go across the various markets.
Mm-hmm.
What we've done here is just looked at it on a consolidated basis, and then just on the downtown. And downtown, you see stronger leisure and stronger group business overall than you do overall GTA.
Okay, and kind of to turn the discussion to Airbnb, that, of course, is having quite the impact on the hotel industry, as I've heard. Where do you see that trend going? I'm sure it's increasing, and at what rate is it increasing?
Oh, I'm going the wrong way.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. I don't think there's any doubt if you look at the recent history of Airbnb across North America, the growth's incredible. And at the end of the day, it's creating a significant competitive issue for us. Remembering that if anybody goes onto Expedia to book a hotel room, they pay HSD. If you go on to Airbnb's website to book a room in a room sharing accommodation, they don't pay anything. There's no HST,
Right.
no tax whatsoever. But just to look at the change in the last year from $60 million worth in the GTA alone to $60 million just downtown, it's having a significant impact on our business. And at the end of the day, what it does is it drives our net operating income down. We can't get that level up. Without getting that level up, we can't reinvest in product existing, and we can't build new. And really, the issue for us is we need more product. I don't
Right.
think there's any doubt about that.
In terms of supply itself in downtown Toronto, just in the past year, the supply of active listings on Airbnb have grown 80%.
Right. And I know I'm getting very down to the nitty-gritty here, but if you've compared the Airbnb to other cities, other major North American cities, and how do we fare with that?
We are growing at the same pace as the other American cities and European worldwide.
Right.
Councillor, we follow very closely efforts in Chicago and San Francisco and Santa Monica, a variety of other cities across North America. We're doing a lot of research following what's happening, particularly not only from an industry perspective in terms of the impact it has on us, but from a legislative perspective as well. And I know City Council has asked city staff to come back with a report, which we're happy to work with city staff on, but it's growing, and it's growing in a big way.
Great. And my last question is you've done some great detailed analysis across North America and other major cities, but have you gotten more specific and more micro to the GTA in comparison to Mississauga, Vaughan, Markham? And how do we compare to that?
I guess some of the key metrics would be property taxes in the GTA or in the City of Toronto are substantially higher than they are in the 905 area code. If you look at say the Westin and the big Holiday Inn on the airport strip, they're on this side of the 427. You look at the Hilton and the other assets on the other side of the 427. Property taxes are anywhere from a third to a half higher in the City of Toronto than they would be in Mississauga. I guess the other issue, you look at the development, the amount of money that's been invested in development over the last 15 years. $207,000 per available room would be skewing those numbers heavily toward the assets that have been developed in the suburban locations. If you're looking to build something in downtown Toronto today, you would have a hard time getting in anything less than $500,000 a key to build a hotel. The old adage in the industry is that for every $1,000 in room rate, or $1,000 in construction cost, you need $1 in ADR. So it's a rough rule of thumb, but it's reasonable. So if it's costing you $500,000 a key to build a hotel, your average rate should be around $500. We're not close to that. The average rate in downtown Toronto is $194 in 2015, and that pretty much answers why we're not getting a lot of new hotel development in this market. It's economics.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Rakadakis, the question?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So on page 33 of your slideshow, you mentioned property taxes per room, and I was wondering, what was the percentage increase for the last year?
Oh, I don't know if I have that with me. I don't think I have that. Off the top of my head, I don't have it.
Do you think you could get it? Because my next question was, what was the percentage increase for the last 5? Perhaps you and I can carry on our conversation offline around that.
Yep.
Because the other thing I was going to say is, I was wondering if you're aware that under our plan to reduce the tax ratio for commercial class properties to 2.5 times the residential rate, that the property tax per hotel room will increase well below the rate of inflation.
I'm very much aware of your proposal and the efforts by council to try and find some, relativeness to some of the other competitive jurisdictions, quite frankly, property tax. We understand that piece. I think the other thing we understand as well is from a city report itself, it says that, IC&I businesses essentially get about half of the dollars which we put in for property tax cover the services that we actually get. and then the balance of those dollars go towards other services across the city. So clearly, from our perspective, we have money in the system. I understand your move to try and move things closer. We greatly appreciate that, without a doubt. Quite honestly, I tend to think that the province should look at doing something around the education component of the property tax. You need some room at the end of the day as a council, right? Right now, that tax room's occupied.
So speaking of the province and the provincial government, any sign that the provincial government or the federal government are looking to charge HST to Airbnb?
Not at this point. Interestingly enough, we tend to think there is a loophole in the CRA, Canada Revenue Agency rules. We also tend to think that Airbnb is Airbnb Ireland, so they are not really licensed in here. The interesting part, I think, about home sharing is the HST, as we all know, goes to pay for the healthcare and education and all those other great things that Ontarians, Torontonians come to enjoy. I don't know why Airbnb doesn't want to help to support that as well. You know, great places to live are great places to visit and vice versa. It's unfortunate that that doesn't work. So through our national association, we are working with them to see whether or not we can get some changes, but CRA is tough to move.
Okay, well, that's a fair answer. Thanks very much, and we'll continue our conversation offline. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Crisanti, for question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning. Looking at page 11, slide 11, at the vacancy rate chart, that spans from 2000 to 2015. So I just want to make sure I'm reading this correctly. It looks like there's a consistent vacancy rate in terms of the supply and demand of maybe an average of 5 or 6 points. Is that about correct? So the demand is consistently less than the supply that's available?
Yes, you practically, you have practical capacity in the industry. If you think about travel patterns for corporate travel, you think about travel patterns for leisure, and you have to look at seasonality by time of year and by day of week. You know, January, February, and March are not high season in Toronto or Montreal, or cities that have our winters. Weekend business, well, maybe it can be strong in downtown Toronto. If you look at the airport strip, weekends are tougher to fill the hotels in. So in a market such as Toronto, because of the climate and because of our seasonal patterns, 75%, 75% is kind of a practical capacity. Doesn't mean that we won't be sold out on Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and Thursday night, but the other nights of the week will be running a lower occupancy than that. If that answers your question, Councillor?
Yes, it does. How does this compare with other major municipalities comparable to ours? Is that an average sort of vacancy rate that?
In the, Councillor, I'm not sure which slide it is, Fran, but there is a slide in there showing the occupancy of the actual occupancy of the 16 municipalities across North America. So if you look at San Francisco, Boston, Washington, what's the slide number? 16. 16?
16.
So you're looking at it's on the screen there now. So you're looking at New York running, what, about 81% occupancy, and you've got Boston and San Francisco is actually running about 85% occupancy. So as much as we would like to think we're New York, we're not New York. And I think some of the major U.S. destinations probably have again, the weather factors for San Francisco is helpful to that destination, but it's also the international awareness of some of those centers helps them on a year-round basis.
The range is 70 to 85% in occupancy. Toronto does 71.
Okay, that's very good. What are your comments in terms of potential growth in the city? Is there room for more growth?
From a market perspective, when I say market perspective, I'm saying is there sufficient demand to fill more hotels. There is definitely sufficient demand to support more hotels. The problem we have are the economics.
And I think if I can to that, Councillor, the other issue that we look at is all of the development going around the 905. So actually our competitors, if you can, are not only the home sharing marketplace, but the 905 properties get newer product. To Councillor Ford's issue, I mean, we're right on the border of North Etobicoke. There's a variety of new product in there that people are going to stay at. And we need to be careful by adding different burdens that we inadvertently create different hotel zones for tax purposes. It's a significant issue.
All right, thank you. And well, since you brought up the tax, I was going to ask that next. So I understand that there's a voluntary tax that's paid that hotels, hotel owners opt to voluntarily pay it, of 3%, I believe it is?
80%. Oh, the
No,
3%.
the amount.
Yeah.
It is, it's 2.66%, and to be clear, it is not a tax. And to be clear as well, hotels, it's up to them how they decide to fund, having been in front of the Competition Bureau on this. It's up to the hotels to decide how they fund their share of the destination marketing program. And the Hotel Association, it's each individual hotel that makes that decision. We have nothing to do with it.
So it's a 2.66%. They make that decision, and where does that money get directed to?
They remit the funds to Greater Toronto Hotel Association. We actually have a contract with each hotel that is part of the program. That contract is very, very clear on what we can spend money on. It is clearly destination sales and marketing services only. We have a contract with Tourism Toronto then subsequently, and Joanne's team then invests it for us.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. Okay, Councillor Kelly, 2 questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The two issues that have been brought to my attention personally by people seeking meetings with me are the loss of hotel space, and yet the data that you've produced for us doesn't show that. Is that correct?
Well, we've shown that there's been a growth in supply, and we've shown in the City of Toronto, though, that the growth is basically flat.
In the
Because
year
any new product coming on, there's also other properties being closed.
in the year
There's
2000, we
no,
roughly,
there hasn't been a net loss over the past few years. Is that correct?
yeah. In the year 2000, Councillor, we had roughly 25,000 rooms. In the year 2015, we have roughly the same. If you take a look at other jurisdictions which we compete against, they've grown their business by thousands of rooms. We've not been able to do that, so we're roughly the same as we were.
And why are they growing their rooms? You're not suggesting a lighter tax load, are you?
It's profitability. It's all about the net operating income. And at the end of the day, for us, we just can't get that number to get investors to invest.
And if I listened accurately to you, in large part it's because of the devaluation of the Canadian dollar. Is that correct?
No, that's, I think, Mr. Mundell's, Councillor, Mr. Mundell's response, I think, was the return on investment analysis with an investor from offshore investing in a Canadian property. The number getting in is attractive, but then the returns are being paid in Canadian dollars. That was the comment there. With respect to the ability to grow average rate and to increase higher revenues, we do have to remember that about 80% of our clientele are Canadians. So, in one respect, the Canadian dollar is helpful because it's a barrier to exit, but nonetheless, Canadians are still, it's all relative in terms of the dollar that they are spending. So it's not really, it's not the issue on profitability and bottom line performance is not so much tied to the dollar. It is the ability to grow revenue and to control expenses. The sector has done a very good job, I think, in controlling their expenses in the middle of the statement. the challenge I think that we're having is that there's a very large industry out there today with all the online travel agencies that are really working very hard to make hotels as cheap as they can, and that's one of the things that we're fighting at the individual property level.
And with the growth of Airbnb, which poses a significant threat, I frankly don't see a strong argument for the case that there has to be more hotel rooms built in Toronto.
Would you agree?
Would you agree? No, I understand. I was just hoping that there would be an automatic response.
No, just trying to understand the question. In the demand, I mean, Toronto is an attractive destination, and there are lots of things to do. The demand is there. If we could build, if the industry, or if there was a possibility of building a hotel and making a return on that investment that was an acceptable return to the developer, I think we would see more development in this city. And we're definitely seeing that in the 905 area code because that's where the net gain in hotel rooms has been.
Well, the other thing with the growth of Airbnb, one of the key employers, the number one employer for youth and students is the tourism and hospitality. So the continued growth of Airbnb is certainly going to impact the students and youth employment opportunities going forward.
And how would, this is the market speaking, isn't it? And why would the government interfere with that?
You mean with an additional tax on hotels? That's a good question.
We often are told that the hotel taxes in other municipalities, I guess many of them in the States, is higher than what might be anticipated by the government of the City of Toronto in next year's budget. And is your response to that the other hotels that may have higher hotel taxes don't have other sales taxes as well to make the burden higher as it would be in Toronto?
Well, again, we start from 13%. That's the floor here. That's the provincial, federal harmonized sales tax.
What about New York City and San Francisco?
Final question, Councillor.
Yep. What's their combined sales tax prior to a hotel tax?
We have it, the chart that we have, it's all taxes included, including their hotel tax.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Kelly. I have a few questions. So we were talking about the number of hotels. I think the number was 6,000 in Canada. Is that what you stated?
In Canada?
Yeah. What was the number?
The number of rooms are about 385,000.
Number of hotels.
Oh, number of hotels? We count by rooms.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you talked a little bit about, you talked about sort of building sort of hotels, and you talked about the investors' rate of returns, and you talked about the fact that investors, offshore investors, how many of our hotels in Canada are actually controlled by offshore investors? Do you have that information?
I don't have it. I don't have that statistic.
15%,
offhand.
10%, 25%, 50%, 70%. Any ideas?
I don't know how many that would be.
All right. So you talk about an acceptable return.
Yeah.
That was what is an acceptable return for an investor in the hotel industry?
Generally speaking, you'd be looking at an unlevered IRR in the range of 15% or better.
15%. Okay. Help me to understand, when a hotel or a particular property has a banner on it, say the Marriott, an investor acquires a property or builds a property and goes out and gets a operator to operate or manage that facility under the banner? Is that how the hotel industry works?
That's a combination of both. Typically, a large full-service asset, such as, say, the Hilton downtown Toronto, would be managed under a contract by the brand. If you look at some of the select service assets that say Hilton Garden Inn or Marriott Courtyard, especially in the suburban locations, typically they would be operated by an owner under a franchise agreement with the brand. So there's two different structures usually.
Sure. So if I were to ask, which I am about to, the state of the hotel industry then, is it somewhat healthy, somewhat on life support? It's undefined. It could be worse based on an impact of a hotel tax? Or are there the issues around cost of operation, labor agreements, et cetera, et cetera? Is it the hotel tax that's the variable here that we really need to be mindful of as government?
It's a factor. I think that, it's, again, if you look at what has taken place in the last few years, especially in this province, the download of costs from the province to the municipalities, your development charges have gone up dramatically, more than double, I think, in a lot of the municipalities, which is adding significant cost to developing a hotel. So there's that part of it. So it's not just the room tax. Energy costs have more than doubled in the last 10 years. That's a big issue. Property taxes have always been a significant burden on the hotel sector, especially in this jurisdiction.
Fair enough. So I understand the presentation, and by the way, an excellent presentation. Thank you very much. So the elephant in the room is, at this particular point in time for the industry, is it the proposed or possible hotel tax? Is it, you talk about hydro and so on. Is there one specific item that you're much more concerned about versus others, or is it just sort of an amalgamation of those issues that's creating problems for the industry?
Well, clearly, for the purposes of today, it's the hotel tax. We don't need to add to that burden, Councillor, Mr. Chairman. I think that's the issue. I think you had an opportunity to understand, or at least look at the fundamentals of our business. And there's no doubt the development is happening in the 905, so that's where some of the competitiveness will come in terms of our Toronto marketplace. With 19,000 extra rooms there competing, no other actually jurisdiction in Canada has that. But without a doubt today...
Sorry, has what? The hotel tax? Or?
No, has the amount of rooms.
Okay.
That 19,000 rooms, I mean, that's more rooms than most cities have in Canada, in total.
Okay.
We have in the 905 around us. So that competitiveness is a significant issue between downtown and out around the 905, without a doubt. The hotel tax will not help that.
Okay. Thank you.
Counselor,
Sorry.
Sorry, just
Belanger?
one more thing. Just to attract business into the city, as you know, especially the major conventions, we have to provide them with financial incentives. Year-to-date, October, we've already paid just under $5 million to various organizations in the U.S. and internationally to get them to come to Toronto between 2017 and 2025. And that cost is borne by Tourism Toronto, which is funded through the Hotel Association. The hotels also pay anywhere from $13 to $20 additional per hotel room to these organizations to entice them to come. And then the Metro Toronto Convention Centre also contributes to that pool for us to be able to attract conventions like Microsoft, who cost us $1.5 million to get them to come to Toronto. And they had the most successful event ever, and we want to continue being able to do that. But the cost has increased by about 40% this year versus last year because the world is becoming very competitive and the cost of incentives is increasing.
But can you speak to the economic impact? You talked about the cost, but what was the economic benefit? What's the impact?
Of Microsoft?
Just Microsoft's, for example.
Microsoft was over $60 million.
Okay, so 1.5 to generate 60.
Absolutely.
Okay. Good returns. To speak, speakers. Or questions of staff? Does anybody have a question of staff this time? We could do that. Or we can actually wait till 16:12 if you'd like. We can combine that. But if you'd like, okay. Yeah. 12, okay, that's fine, perfect. All right, to speak. Speakers, Councillor Carroll, then Councillor Kelly.
Yes, I very much appreciate the presentation, but I think it's kind of tip of the iceberg. I think we have to couple it with the other work that we're doing, because we are kind of caught between a rock and a hard place, because we know that we do have to do something about, I do not use the word share. I've taught my kids how to share, and their money was not part of the equation. When I was teaching them how to share, I didn't say you should get $5 from your sister and then she can have your Lego. So it's not the sharing economy. I call them little micro businesses. But if we're going to do something about the number of unlicensed micro businesses, which are people starting little hotels in their homes, then we end up looking at a tool, or it would end up being a disincentive, I think, for the continued growth in that market that may impact the hotel sector. But I'm grateful to have all this information, Mr. Chair, because it means that we're going to have to be very, very careful about this. It means that while we have something that all of our 44 colleagues are probably salivating over, because it seemed like the easiest one, we're going to have to figure out a way to do it that is humane, that doesn't destroy our convention business, and yet looks at the picture today. That being said, I also want to see the report that we asked for about development trends, because we do have to be concerned about this from a jobs perspective. We have a huge amount of our labor market really relies on this. In both of the big tower block villages that make up the center of my ward, if you hollow out the hospitality industry, both the Peanut and Parkway Forest are in very, very big trouble, into the hundreds of people. So I'm mindful of that. At the same time, if I look at this set of slides with a different mindset and different dogma in my head, I can come up with a solution that may include a tax. It just means that we don't have to go exactly verbatim with what's in the staff report that executive will look at. And we may end up saying to executive and to council that we need the report that is coming from staff. And the main reason I want to see that is because we asked for that report because we're worried about development in which hotels are disappearing, being converted to condominiums, and it seems in a rash way reacting to the Airbnb trend. But in fact, I think if we broaden our minds, we may want to look at that growing trend. It can also be another way of developing hotels that is affordable. On the mayor's trade mission, we stayed in a hotel that was actually split down the middle. The elevator shafts were down the middle, and on one side was a massive commercial building, and demand for commercial real estate in downtown has grown in the last little while with the tech bubble. And on the other side of the elevator shaft was a Renaissance hotel where we stayed. And I realized, because all of the first 5 floors, all of the, the overhead walkways that Hong Kong has, all of the public stuff, all the things that needed to be paid for were actually paid for by the commercial tenant, and then they paid to insert a hotel on the other side. Perhaps that's an affordable way to do the construction. And while you think, well, we're not an Asian city, we're not that dense. In fact, if we walk around Trinity Spadina, we're very quickly getting there. So we may end up saying to City Council, it may look like the perfect revenue tool, but let us look at all of the balls in the air before we implement it, so that we're not hollowing out the hotel trend. We're not coming down hard on conversions of hotels and disincentivizing creative ways of building hotels that are affordable, and a way to tax that doesn't, in fact, hollow out the convention business, but allows us to stem the growth in the Airbnb trade. It's a tricky piece, and I think we have to send the message to council. It's going to take us a couple of months to help them do it from an economic development committee perspective.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Kelly to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A few years back, in trying to understand issues and to arrive at sensible policy recommendations, there was a paucity of information. These days, there's almost too much as you try to pick your way through the blizzard of data that comes your way. But I want to thank you for the report. Very helpful. There are a number of authors who are arguing that we are on the cusp of another technological, social, economic revolution akin to the Industrial Revolution of a few centuries ago. It's going to be very difficult to try and come up with policies that attempts to ameliorate some of the harsher aspects of the changes and works with the more positive ones. I'm not too sure that there should be a concern about the loss of hotel space in Toronto or the lack of growth here in the city. I get to the 905 on a regular basis, and I see the hotels that are popping up there. A lot of them seem to be mid-size compared to the hotels we have in Toronto. But, and I've assumed that because of the ethnic characteristic of Markham and York, that there are a lot of people flying in from Asia that are doing business up there and not down here. And so it's just simply very handy for them. In other words, the audience that we're speaking to in Toronto is in some ways different from the audience that they're speaking to north of Steeles Avenue. And you've got to adjust to B&B, Airbnb. Even if we attempt to regulate them and tax them, there's still going to exert tremendous pressure on the hotel business, and I'm not too sure it's the role of government to pick the winners and support established industries, however many contributions they may make to the economy and the social order. But right now, I don't see a crisis in the hotel industry. I think you'll be able to pick your way through the changes that are occurring, and enough good things will be happening in the city of Toronto that you'll be able to use to your benefit. The one thing that does worry me, though, is if the city steps in and taxes hotels, and the premise is that people who use the services of the city should in some way pay for them, then a hotel tax becomes obvious. But what would happen to the money that is presently flowing to Toronto tourism? And would they then have to would that money evaporate? And if it's optional, it just may. Would Toronto Tourism then have to revert to being an agency of the city or an agency dependent on the city exclusively or in large part, and then get caught up in the dynamics of the political policy characteristics that we display every now and then, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, shuffling sideways, never knowing in the end, whether you'll get to a stable policy position or not. So I would like to hear more information about this last topic, because I think Toronto Tourism, I've sat on the board, does a terrific job, and I hope that your contribution to the city becomes better known in the debate that's going to take place here at City Hall with respect to the 2017 budget.
Thank you very
Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kelly. Any further speakers? Okay, seeing none, let me then move the following motion. I've asked the clerk to put it on the screen, and the motion is simply to refer the presentation to the general manager for consideration. There's a lot of work to be done in this particular space. This document, this research document, I believe is extremely helpful. So thank you to the presenters for presenting this document. I thought it was important to bring it forward in light of the work that was being done. I asked Mr. Mindell if he could bring this forward, and I'm happy that he did. He didn't sort of say to me, look, I got to bring something because I'm concerned about the hotel tax. He did say that that is of concern to his members, and that's fair and accurate and so on. Councillor Kelly, to your point, I actually don't want us to go back to where we used to be, because we actually used to fund Tourism Toronto. We had seats on the board, which we no longer do. I remember being one of those members, last members being on the board at that time. And you're right, the very issue that you raise about the uncertainty, which is the nature of our business, to an organization that requires certainty in terms of trying to compete globally for business. Having gone through the trenches with Tourism Toronto, Ms. Belanger, before your time as CEO, we attracted the 10,000 engineers who came in, National Society Black Engineers. It took us a number of years actually to get them, and it was interesting because there were little sort of shifts on a penny that made a difference, and up to the point where we landed them, there were cities in the United States saying, don't go to Toronto, we actually will underwrite and we will cut you a check and we will ensure that you can operate, you can come here. And so I had an opportunity to see that firsthand, which is the point I believe that you're making, sir, regarding the nature of the competition and competition, the impact that actually has on the industry. So while we are looking at growing an industry, we have some pressures in terms of, albeit it's sort of equalizing out in terms of the ones that leave and the ones who come in. There's a maintenance of that. Councillor Kelly, the point he made about people coming and staying in the 905, I'm happy to tell you that while they stay in the 905 and do business in the 905, they're also doing business in the city as well, because that has been our experience, which is a good thing. There's no doubt, and I think the point that's being made, you're asking us to be very cautious and be mindful of the detail and the impact that a tax could potentially have. I didn't hear you say that you're against Airbnb. You may be. I didn't hear you say that. You did talk a little about the impact of the industry, but as Councillor Kelly always points out, there's a tremendous shift in terms of at least the pace of the way industry is moving, and maybe it isn't the job of government to simply step in and regulate, or to say regulate in the sense that there is lack of competition, because I think that we all want competition. There's a benefit that's accrued. We're in a very delicate area in terms of our location geographically with respect to the United States. When their dollar hits in a certain way, certainly the people coming in and staying in the hotels will benefit from low prices. A point that you made, sir, about the investors, our rate of return. Everyone wants a rate of return on their money, otherwise they wouldn't bother to invest. We want to attract the investment in the city. That's part of my job, part of all of our jobs, to actually ensure that that actually occurs. So we have to be very careful in terms of our assessment and our determination to raise funds through this particular process. The DFM, as I understand it, it's voluntary. So if you go as a person and you see it on your bill, you could say to them, I don't want to pay this, and the hotels will generally remove it. You can shake your head if that's actually the correct thing, if that's what actually happens.
Yeah.
No, but if someone says I do not, if it's voluntary, if someone says that I don't want to pay it, they would remove it. Was that?
It's up to the individual hotel to make that.
To make that decision. Okay, nonetheless. And so what I gathered from the presentation is that we need to think carefully. And then before we make decisions that could have a dramatic and in some case very challenging impact on the industry. And I think that obviously we're going to do that. Staff's going to take a look at the document that's been presented and review it along with a number of other matters that they're working on in this particular space. So I'm happy that you have been able to come today to provide some additional information for us so that we can work with. So members, we have question? Yep.
I have a question about the motion, and I was trying to find the item. I can't now find it, and I can't remember if it was the very last meeting or the meeting before. But you are referring this to a motion that was brought to us. I think we're missing an opportunity to toot our own horn. Staff are already seized of the matter of writing a report very similar to one that was moved in council by members who aren't members of economic development. But we already requested a report. We were on this. So I'm wondering if we shouldn't be referring both that motion and this material to the work that we requested ourselves. But I can't now find it in the minutes.
So, Councillor, the intent of this is to refer all of this material to the
To that
general
original
manager
report that we
who's working on
requested.
a series of report. This one, which is 1612, the
Right,
motion,
right.
plus the advanced work that they've already started.
But they started that work because we asked them to. So
Right.
I think to refer it to the originating item would be a better motion, so that it was clear to
You
people.
want to amend it? Just amend it.
Yes, but I cannot, my issue is I can't find the item in our minutes, so
Yes, that's fine. So,
I just
Councillor.
want to make it clear that
Councillor-
we pay attention
yeah.
to our dashboard by our own public record.
Yeah, no, and that's fine, and we understand that. So I can actually hold
Yeah.
this down until we can determine exactly when that particular
Yeah,
item came.
it just
And then we can
requires
vote on
so
it
that they're
thereafter.
all
We can amend it.
referred to
Okay,
the
that's
original.
great.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you very much, folks, for your
yeah.
presentation. We have to move right along, folks, because we are moving towards a time crunch, and I know that's a point that Councillor Frакadakis wanted to draw to our attention. So we're now moving to ED 16.2, and I will wait till our former colleague and one of our amazing city leaders, Mr. York, former colleague being former Councillor Leon. And so I'd like to welcome Pat Walcock, General Manager of Toronto Employment and Social Services, Mike York, the Advisory Committee Co-Chair. He's also the President of Local 27, the Carpenters Union, and a gentleman who needs really no introduction to this room, Peter Leon, Advisory Council Co-Chair, former City Councillor and a retired businessman. Is Nation Chong as well going to be here with you? So, Nation, you can come to the table, I think, as the youth initiative and involved with the United Way of Toronto and York region. And we also have, I have Julia Blackburn as well, who is the Executive Director of Empower Canada. We've got a big group. You please come on down. Everybody to the table, if we could. All right, so Ms. Walcott, you have the floor, please.
So I'll kick it off. Good morning, committee, chair, and staff and speakers. We have quite a comprehensive report. We do have a time pressure today, so we'll be moving through this presentation quite quickly, but I do encourage you to read the report. So the idea today is to really acknowledge the work of the advisory committee, to tell you a little bit about where we've been since the adoption of the Youth Employment Action Plan. We've convened a multi-stakeholder advisory committee to learn from best practices and to support the implementation of recommendations. The advisory committee had 14 members that was engaged throughout 2015, 2016, led by the two co-chairs you see here today. So on behalf of the city, I really want to take this opportunity to thank the two co-chairs of the committee, as well as the members who have played an instrumental role in mobilizing the city and its partners to better connect employers and unemployed youth. Now I'm going to turn to the co-chairs and the lineup of speakers who are going to provide some real examples of the advisory committee's impact.
Thank you very much. All right, it's Mike York, as our chair has mentioned. I'm with the Carpenters Local 27. And on behalf of Peter Leon and myself as co-chairs, I'd just like to thank the committee, Economic Development Committee, for the opportunity to speak here today. You know, and we really did, over the last year, have a great opportunity to hear from a lot of folks, as Pat has mentioned. You'll see that in the report. In fact, actually, we'll have two of our key individuals that were members of our committee that will be speaking here today as well. And what I'd like to do is just give a brief overview of the work of the committee and just sort of give you a couple of points to look at and to consider prior to the speakers. And my co-chair here, Peter Leon, will do a summary and a wrap-up at the end of our presentation. So in terms of who we are, we're a 14-member advisory committee representing a great cross-section of leaders from industry, labor, educational and training institutions, community organizations, and many youth representatives were also engaged. Members were invited to participate based on their current involvement in major youth initiatives or their commitment to partnering with the city to further workforce development objectives, and also from existing structures that they may have in the private sector. In terms of what the committee set out to do, we were to strengthen and expand relevant stakeholder partnerships that are currently ongoing, to identify creative ways to advance work-based learning opportunities for youth, and to work with employers to support their workforce needs in ways that benefit youth. And overall, the advisory committee played a pivotal role in identifying positive ideas and actions, providing informed advice and valuable expertise to the city, and focusing tests and broader city work-based learning efforts. Now, we approached the work by a series of meetings, provided an open forum to hear about innovative projects currently underway in Toronto and what could be done to support the city's efforts to create and/or scale up existing structures in terms of work-based learning models that are sector-based. And I would say that based on my own experience in the construction industry, I'd like to point to a couple of components that is why it is so important for young people and youth in today's job market, especially those youth that may face more challenges than others. You know, from a work perspective, work-based learning really is all about mentorship. It's about continued training. It's not just hiring someone and saying, okay, go hang that door, go put that flooring down, go do that millwork. No, there's an ongoing relationship of mentorship. In terms of my existing or my current organization, that's 7,200 hours of training. And there's also various benchmarks along the way as an individual, let's say in the apprenticeship program, would graduate from the first term to the second term, third term. And in fact, you'll hear about a couple of graduations that are taking place tonight. One is with NPower, I'll be mentioned later, and also one with the Carpenters Union. So we'll have 150 apprentices graduating tonight, having completed their 7,200 hours of training. You know, and another way that we look at it as well is earn while you learn. So there's an ongoing relationship with the employer. So, and also we call it learning for life. You don't drop the training component just as you graduate. No, there's an ongoing component of training every day. I would also like to say that the Carpenters are very interested and have good benchmarks with the private sector in terms of youth initiatives. And we're very strongly supportive of that. And a couple of examples would be our choice program that we enjoy with the Toronto Community Housing, and in the private sector as well, Daniels Corporation. We've done a lot of work around youth at risk, communities at risk in Regent Park and elsewhere. So one thing that we did notice through the course of our forums and open sessions and contributions, that the private sector really is stepping up to the plate in this initiative. I think they've got some really great benchmarks that the city could look at and learn from. And also, we did hear from the city as well about a lot of important contributions that they're doing. So we met a total of 6 in-person meetings throughout the last year, 2015 and 2016. And in total, 3 of the 6 meetings were focused discussions planned around the following sectors and areas of interest: hospitality, IT, construction, and a 4th meeting dealt with the city as an employer and an anchor. And that's a huge opportunity on the face of the city. And I would mention it was very interesting and reassuring to hear Joanne Belanger's comments around youth employment opportunities in the previous deputation. I thought it was really great news to hear. So based on individual knowledge and experience, individuals made their contributions. The advisory committee's members identified issues, challenges, and conditions for successfully starting, scaling, and sustaining effective work-based learning approaches for youth. Now, recognizing fiscal realities, the advisory committee's work focused on how to better use the resources and how to get better results. And also, we were more interested in the long term rather than just a one-off quick hit. But there's a number of steps that the city is now taking to advance the committee's ideas right now. And the speakers we have here today will highlight real examples and outcomes achieved as a result of the city and advisory committee members working together. I would like to turn it over to our speakers to provide some real examples. First of all, we're going to have Julia Blackburn, and she's the Executive Director of NPower Canada and has been a valuable member of our advisory committee. Today, she will talk about NPower's partnership with the city and plans to expand in 2017. And next, we will have Nathan Chong, who is the Director of Youth Initiatives at United Way and has also been a member of our advisory committee. So I can turn that over to Julia.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, Pat, and the great co-chairs that we had for this committee. Mr. Chairman, councillors, thank you so much for the opportunity to tell you briefly, I promise to be very brief, about NPower and some of our success in putting youth to work in the IT sector and how the City of Toronto has been a really essential partner in both our success and our growth over the last few years. NPower is a charitable organization that works in workforce development specifically and only in the IT sector. We take low-income youth that are unemployed or severely underemployed. They're multi-barriered, have multi-barriers to employment, and launch them into careers in the IT sector. We provide them with a very comprehensive program that includes IT training, professional skills training, a paid internship, and that's paid internship in the IT sector, and employment placement. Not employment, just employment counseling, but specifically employment placement. We're very proud that over 85% of our graduates at this point are placed within meaningful employment in the IT sector within 6 months. Most of them actually go directly into employment or are placed really within 3 months, but 85% overall within 6 months of graduation from our program. I'm often asked how we do it, and there are a few key success factors. One is we have a very holistic program. We have social workers on our staff, and we deal with the whole person and all the barriers and issues that they bring to the program. It's very comprehensive, as I mentioned. We don't focus on just one aspect of getting youth to work, but we focus on the whole spectrum. And specifically, I think of interest perhaps to this committee is that we're very employer-driven. All of our training program is developed based on feedback and direct consultations with the 40-plus employers that we work with at this time in the GTA. And also, in regards to the City of Toronto, our model is very community-based and collaborative model, and that's where the city has been an incredible and essential partner to us. The city has been engaged in our program from the time we launched it and has partnered with us in many, many ways, including as a referral partner. We depend on the government and other social service agencies to refer clients to us. The City of Toronto has been our #1 largest referral partner to date, with over 32% of our students, primarily Ontario Works recipients, being referred to our program. The city has also hosted 22 paid internships for our students. invaluable, nurturing, important experience for our students as they launch their careers. And I can tell you that the City of Toronto internship is a much sought after and competitive internship in our program. A lot of students want to be interviewed for the city internship. Most recently, we're very happy that the city has become a funder of our program. As our recent Class 4, the city provided underwriting for 10 Ontario Work students to progress through our program, and that was really important. Of course, as a charitable organization, we're dependent on funding from organizations like United Way, our major supporter of our program, as well as all of our corporate partners. But now, as we scale, I believe as the executive director, government support at all levels is important and essential to our scaling, and the city is one of the first government agencies to come on board with direct funding to our program. And we look forward to continued support. As was mentioned, tonight is our Class 4 graduation, and now the city, we can add to the long list of partnership initiatives, is going to host graduation tonight, and I invite all of you, please, if you are still here tonight at 6 o'clock in council chambers downstairs, we're having, the city is hosting our Class 4 graduation. If you really, between about, starting at 6 until about 7:15, please stop in if you're available. It's really the best way to understand what we're doing is to come to graduation and see our students with their families celebrating their success and graduation from our program as they launch their careers. Moving forward, based on our success and strong partnerships, we're scaling our program very rapidly. This is a major focus of our Board of Trustees. In 2015, we had 86 enrollees in our program as we launched. In 2016, we had 191, and in 2017, we're projecting 300 minimum of 300 enrollees. And we're also launching a contact center customer service pilot program, and if that launches successfully, that would be another 150 enrollees. So we're scaling very rapidly to serve as many youth in the community as we can. It's been a really great honor and pleasure and very informative process to be a part of the Youth Employment Action Plan Advisory Committee. I think having the cross-sector of stakeholders at the table was very important to the process, and everyone, we were able to not just share our successes, but also discuss our pain points and how we can move all of our initiatives forward with all of the right stakeholders at the table, and I think that was very important. In closing, I just say I'm so pleased to be in front of the Economic Development Committee today because I believe that what we do in workforce development, when it's well done, is not just the socially correct thing to do, but it's a very economically sound thing to do. Organizations like ours address youth unemployment for social good, but we do it in a way that provides a custom-trained pipeline of diverse and eager young adults to business filling in-demand positions, and in our case specifically in IT. So I think there's a great connection in us being here today. So thank you so much. I'm so happy that the city believes and has been so supportive under Pat's leadership for our work, and we really look forward to continuing our collaboration with the city going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Further speakers?
Good morning, committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair and councillors. On behalf of United Way, I am very, very excited to sit in front of the Economic Development Committee. I want to start by thanking the co-chairs for leading a very important process, and Pat and the team at TESS for stewarding that process to get us to this point. So many thanks to all. As folks know in this room, the clarion call for greater collaboration across private sector, public sector, not-for-profit, and philanthropy has been ringing out for many years. And I am proud to sit here to tell you that with United Way in the City of Toronto, working with community organizations like NPower and other organizations across the city, we are advancing that collaboration in very significant ways. The complexity of youth unemployment in our city demands that that public sector, private sector, and the not-for-profit sector work hand in hand with intentionality and consideration of each other to maximize each other's resources, to impact the young people across our city. And we have been doing that. The YEEP table is an example of that. The continued collaboration between United Way and the City of Toronto and the province in advancing the opportunities around the Eglinton Crossway is yet another example of that type of collaboration. So it is happening, folks. It's happening in our city in ways that we need to celebrate over and over again. Getting down to some very specifics, United Way and Toronto Employment and Social Services have been integral partners in rolling out United Way's Youth Success Strategy, part of which focuses on sector-based learning or work-based learning in 5 critical sectors. The Toronto Employment and Social Services has been a significant partner in creating opportunities for young people who are on the social service system to access sector-based learning and employment opportunities, as well as professional networking opportunities. I will give you just some highlights from some of our work over the last couple of years and tell you about what we look forward to in the future. In the last 2 years, 45% of the young people on our Career Navigator came from social assistance and were on OW, 35% on our OW, 9% on ODSP, and 1% on OW and ODSP. So we are reaching the most vulnerable young people in our city. We are actually coming together and thinking about how we leverage each other's resources, which aren't just financial resources, they're actually resources in terms of expertise, in terms of time, in terms of space, all of these dimensions of resources necessary to actually reach those young people who are most vulnerable in our community. We are doing it together. Recently, out of that work, we've identified as a commitment to excellence to continue the work that was started at the YEEP table, and we have developed a community of practice that ensures that we build sector capacity, share and document and advance knowledge and practices associated with workforce development, discuss and evolve challenges experienced by all members, influence systems changes related to education and transition, and identify overlaps between programs so that we're delivering on our desired goals with effectiveness and efficiency. Secondly, I'll turn to, before closing, our networks. Our network strategy is a professional networking strategy for these young people. We know that even with the right education, the significant difference for these young people are the right relationships, the right connections to the right people at the right time that will open doors for these young people. And so networking, our Networks program is an online-based program that provides these professional opportunities. And I'm happy to tell you that in partnership with the city, we had 4 orientation sessions. 126 young people were oriented to the program. 83 young people from TESS and PAY participated in networking opportunities, and we have a remarkable 65% participation rate in partnership with the city. So a lot of amazing work is doing. So in closing, because I'm mindful of time, I want to again echo a celebration and gratitude for the work that the city in its leadership has advanced through the YEEP table. The recommendations are sound. We are ready to collaborate continuously with the city in order to reach those young people who need our collective services more.
Thank you.
So just a quick summary. The committee certainly helped us to strengthen partnerships, and I do want to highlight that we made new connections with educational institutes such as George Brown and Ryerson, and that is really going to help us to move forward. The Eglinton Crosstown has been mentioned, and that is going to be a key role for TESS in putting young people into the construction trades. Certainly, the committee helped us to identify new opportunities to engage youth as well. They encouraged us to think outside of our box, to think about job shadowing and mentorship as something that really makes a difference for young people. and they certainly encouraged us to scale up opportunities. And I might mention that we really, as a city, want to move in to the areas of mentorship with networks with United Way. So, did you want to make an announcement in relation to that?
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Pat. I am happy to announce that in 2017, we will be working with Toronto Employment and Social Services to recruit 100 mentors across the various divisions of the city to provide professional networking and mentoring opportunities for these young people on our network system. So, as I said, with great gratitude, we are working together to reach those young people who are most vulnerable in our communities.
Because we're very, very excited about that. And it will be a call to all the divisions in our city to step up and provide mentors. I think it's really going to make a huge difference. The other thing that I really do want to highlight is that we want to co-host a work-based learning summit in 2017. And this will be a call to action to our community and the private sector to really come forward with solid opportunities for our young people. So I'm going to turn it back to you, Peter.
Thank you very much, Pat, and good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. It's indeed good to be back in a very familiar room this morning. Thank you to Julia Blackburn and Nathan Chiang for your remarks. Your enthusiasm and commitment to working with the City of Toronto and the Advisory Committee are notable, and you've done a great job of highlighting the difference that work-based learning approaches can make for young people. Thank you. As co-chair of the Advisory Committee, I want to take a few minutes to provide some reflections and final thoughts on my own personal experience engaging with a group of such motivated individuals and leaders in the city. Since our first workshop meeting back in February, we learned that our youth today, while they want employment and have a challenging job to come to each day, and they are searching for, what they are searching for is a career with stability and opportunity. Our roundtable discussions and presentations told us that our youth today needs to be industry focused, know where the jobs are, and how they, with their skills and educational training, can fit those jobs and create their employment careers that open windows to their career paths. I have attended Deputy Mayor Grisanti's successful industry roundtables and former Deputy Mayor Norm Kelly's small business roundtables. I heard and learned from the employers attending these events that they are seeking partnerships. They want youth in their employee mix for job energy, enthusiasm, and their skills and new ideas. Councillors, for me, there are three things that stand out as a significant part of our committee's work. First is the importance of career paths in this labor market. What we learned through this process of engaging experts in youth is that young people need more than just a job in order to get ahead. Young people need career awareness, exposure to professional networks, and encouragement from their employers, both at the City of Toronto and the private sectors, that encourages them to become and be ready to become tomorrow and future leaders. They need job-relevant skills that matter to employers, and most of all, they need opportunities that can be stacked together to promote access to good jobs and a solid career pathway. Improving access to post-secondary education is important, but this is only one part of the answer. Youth, especially youth who have more barriers, need other kinds of support. They need career advice, bridging programs, sector-focused training programs, and other supports to move ahead. In short, if we as a city can offer youth a first-hand, practical work experience that develops knowledge and skills by offering internships, mentoring, apprenticeships, on-the-job training, and a challenging work experience, then we will develop career-minded youth employees that will rise through the ranks and become tomorrow's city employee managers and leaders. A second takeaway for me is that working with sectors is the right way to go. Through the advisory committee, we heard of some fascinating on-the-ground examples from Hospitality Workers Training Center and NT Power's IT program. What these examples have highlighted for me and our committee is that it takes eminent sense to focus investments and programming in areas where there is a real demand. Rather than focusing on the needs of a single employer, we need to look at the bigger picture and focus on the skills and workforce needs of industries as a whole. Youth also benefit from sector approach because they get exposure to a range of possible occupations and career paths within a sector. This is especially important given the precarious nature of today's labor market, where progressing with a single employer is no longer the norm. The sectors we focused on as an advisory committee provide a good starting point for focusing on the city's efforts. These sectors include hospitality, IT, parks and forestry, construction, and construction/mechanical trades. If I may suggest, expanding existing summer hiring efforts in the sectors I just mentioned could be the starting point that would bring young people to the city and lead them towards exciting and rewarding careers. Truly, our example as a city employer for youth careers would have a positive influence for the private sector to follow. Finally, Mr. Chairman, the biggest and perhaps more important learning point is that no one organization or government or division can do this alone. The staff reports before you contains good ideas that we expect to see put into the plans of TESS and other divisions in 2017 and onward. We recognize that while there may not be new resources available, we think there are better ways to work together to improve how we build stronger work-based learning programs by enhancing what we currently have in place and not place any new loads on existing budgets. The better the partnerships, the better the results. And this is where we should focus our best efforts. In addition to my own comments, the staff report in front of you outlines many of the ways the city is doing their things right at the moment. For instance, creating career pathways at the City of Toronto, leveraging existing funding to scale up models that work, partnering with experts like United Way and sector-based organizations like the Hospitality Workers Training Center, supporting young entrepreneurs who start their own businesses. I also want to double back to the points made earlier by Patricia Walcott about the outcomes of this report and the advisory committee. First, it brought people with real knowledge and expertise together to problem solve and to propose solid ideas to increase the numbers of work-based learning opportunities that are available to low-income youth in this city. The report before you identified some of the ways that this is happening right now. But it also has to serve as a call to action for the work that still needs to be done. And finally, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, through you, Mike York and I want to thank a few people. First, we want to thank the advisory committee members who contributed good, solid ideas and who made a commitment to working together to make a difference. We have provided a list of their names for your review on page 13 of our report to action before you. We want to thank the city staff who provided all the support Mike and I needed to make this committee work. We especially want to thank Patricia Walcott's team at TESS, and in particular, Gord Mannion, Phil Eisler, Jennifer Postumus, and Christine Carrasco. Mr. Chairman, it was a pleasure for Mike and myself to work with everyone, and a great opportunity to make a tangible contribution to the work the city is doing and to make sure more young people get the help they need to get good and keep good jobs and build rewarding careers. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much to the presenters. Members, question. Can I have Councillor Carroll to question? Sorry. Councillor
If I may, I have a procedural question. So the panel's here, and Ms. Wolcott is, I guess, a part of the panel. Do we wait to ask her questions later, or do we ask them now as part of the panel?
I would advise to ask them now, since
Okay,
we're
then.
moving forward in time-wise. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Councillor Carroll?
Yes. Well, I had an added question. I heard that the breakdown in Empower includes some clientele that the assistance they're on is ODSP. Does that mean, is there some integration here? Are those people with mobility differences or cognitive differences? Are we integrating those into these efforts?
Absolutely. So part of what we offer in the collaboration at United Way are the unique social services, mental health wraparound supports for individuals who otherwise wouldn't be able to access those services in order to complete a training. I don't have the specific data on what challenges those individuals we're struggling with. If that's important information, we can work with the city to get that information to you. But that is part of the resources that we bring to the table, is to ensure that those individuals have those supports.
Excellent. Okay. So I have two other questions. One is the breakdown. It's well known to us in things where it's sort of skilled trades and construction and that sort of thing. We see them going to related experiences. I'm just wondering if you could speak a little bit to where we get into things like JIP, which we've had for a long time, which I've always had a problem with because nobody gets paid. I hate training people to work for no pay. But there's a 51% success rate in terms of getting employment afterwards. Empower, a higher rate. Are we tracking, is the work that they end up in related? Is it permanent? Are we keeping in touch with them? So that it's not just a stat, yay, they got a job, but a year later, what kind of job?
Okay, that's a great question. So in my particular case with the carpenters, we track people consistently. And we have about an 80% retention rate from specific training programs. So we also have an apprenticeship liaison officer that deals with the apprentices on an ongoing basis. So if they're having issues with a particular employer, or in the cases where the employer might have an issue with them showing up on time, et cetera, we deal with that. So we have a structure that allows for that. But I guess to your point around tracking, absolutely, that's a key component, because if we're going to be having people coming in, we just don't want to have a revolving door. We want people to go through the system, do their 7,000 hours, and become a journey person. And that's actually where we're at right now. So 5, 6, 7, 8 years later, since we've implemented a number of training programs, then you see the young people achieving that status of being a journey person carpenter in the industry. So then they become leaders on their own out on the job site.
Yes, yes. And is that true in some of the sort of office-related types of things as well? Because that's
Yes, that's very much true of our program as well. Our program doesn't end with employment. We actually have a whole alumni program, we call it, which has many purposes. One is to continue to support the young people in career growth and laddering, to continue to provide our social work, access to our social worker if any issues come up that they need support with, to track statistics. What happens to them? How does their life change economically, personally? Are they off of OW now? And what is their income? What is their income? How does their income ladder? And so on. So we track a minimum of 2 years, but we're hoping that actually our alumni stay closer to us through an enriched alumni program.
And I have one other question, Mr. Chair. One of the suggestions for next steps is to actually have a more robust take your kids to work day. Can I just say at City Hall, I hate take your kids to work day. We herd them all into the council chamber, and before the day has even begun, their eyes are rolling back in their heads. We're so boring. So if we're going to beef this up, are we going to make sure that we don't start by sedating them in the council chamber by 10 p.m., 10 a.m.? Is there going to be training for the people who will then do this beefed up, take your kid to work day?
I get your point.
I'm sorry to be harsh, but.
But I can tell you that behind the scenes in the divisions, there is much more excitement that goes on.
We can impart that somehow to the youth.
No, we give them projects to do, activities and problem solving. They create ad campaigns. All kinds of wonderful things do happen outside of the council chamber.
Okay,
Our team is
okay.
quite creative.
Thank
very much,
But we
Councillor
will make
Frackenakis.
sure.
Excellent, excellent.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Frackenakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, through you to Ms. Wolcott. So on page 3 of the report, it notes that there's also significant geographic variations, with 1/3 of Toronto's neighborhoods experiencing a youth unemployment rate higher than 18%. And I was wondering if one of those areas is around Woodbine, and if so, are city staff working with those developing the proposals for that project? I met with them last week and saw a very interesting proposal. I'm just wondering.
Yes, I believe there actually was a council motion about the percentage that should be hired from low-income residents that go into certain jobs. And we are certainly focusing on those areas. I don't know whether we have a particular plan at the moment, but I can offline circle back to you on the details.
Okay. That's great, thank you. On page 6, it advises lack of solid linkages between industry and service providers in some sectors makes it difficult to determine who should lead discussions to ensure the sector's needs and service providers' ability to meet those needs are coordinated. I was wondering, what sectors would that be?
What other sectors would those be? Well, it is.
What sectors, not other?
I'm not quite understanding. Are you familiar with that page, Christine?
It's down on common challenges, halfway down the page.
Okay.
So if I can comment about that, this was a reflection of the practices and lessons that were brought forward by the committee members. So I believe that comment was made in particular about, for instance, IT and hospitality. So there are training institutions and bodies that are trying to liaise with the sector and the agencies that provide services. But this was just a general comment about the expertise or the level of formality or formal partnerships that exist between industry and service providers.
Okay. Can you tell me more about about the 10,000 coffees and the city's partnership with them?
Yes, so that is in partnership with the United Way. So that is part of the Networks program, so I'll let Nation.
Just to clarify, Councillor, the Networks program is in a partnership that was started between Civic Action, 10,000 Coffees, and United Way. 10,000 Coffees is the IT provider. They've created a unique hub for networks within the 10,000 Coffees platform. So that's the place where young people and mentors connect online through shared profiles and arrange opportunities for coffee meetups or large group networking sessions.
So my question really relates about the city's partnership with them. So what's, like, I mean, I get it that it's with Civic Action and United Way, so what's our role?
Well, we have been referring clients to this network for some time. What the change is now, we are stepping up to be part of the mentoring program, to actually provide mentors to the program as well. So we've made a commitment in 2017 to provide 100 mentors.
Great. My last question is on page 10, it notes that the City of Toronto serves close to 33,000 young people on social assistance and provides an array of work-based learning activities. I was just wondering, do we have any sense of how many of those 33,000 our programs reach, and any kind of analysis of the depth and of that reach?
I wouldn't say that. I would say that our objective is to go deeper into understanding the depth of that reach. We've understood the problem for a long time, and many of these young people are high skilled, but some of them on the opposite end are very barriered. So we're trying to develop a better range of programming for that reach across their needs.
Okay, great. Well, I just wanted also to...
Certainly, we're trying to focus a little more on outcomes and follow-up, just to, it's sometimes difficult when somebody leaves OW. They don't necessarily want to be in touch with us again. So we have to look at a way to keep connected with them. So we're looking at some of the best practices from other programming as to what we can do to keep them connected with us so that we know what their outcomes are.
That's great. Thanks very much, and thanks to the committee co-chairs for their great work.
Thank you very much for your questions, Councilor Frакadakis. Councilor Ford. Oh, please.
Just one comment just with regard to the councillor's question regarding youth employment opportunities. I think you mentioned Woodbine area. So I think there is a track record there of the industry, and when I'm speaking from the carpenters, it really is speaking about all the trades. Trades are very much interested in that development and working in partnership with the developers, so there has been a real good track record there. We want to see shovels in the ground, but that's to come. But I would mention that there's really some great benchmarks, and we mentioned earlier, I think Pat and Nation both mentioned Crosslinks, Eglinton, Crosstown, and that's really been so positive in terms of their commitment to working with the trades and with the communities across the board. So I think there's, to me, that's a very positive benchmark, and they've actually taken a look at saying, let's have 10% local hiring. So that could be any previous training programs that we've engaged in. It might be working with Tess and Regent Park. It might be working with the Choice program. It could be the Helmets to Hard Hats program. So this all contributes to opportunities for youth and for individuals within the community. So to me, I would look at Crosslinks, and when they made the presentation, I thought it was very positive. It was very, really good information. And so that, to me, is a benchmark that is worth emulating across the board. So,
Sorry, if I might, just clarity. I was only asking if Woodbine was one of these neighborhoods that was being considered in the comments made on page 3. It was just to say,
no
like,
problem.
and if they aren't,
I
they should be.
thought I'd just take it and run with it.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, and add to the councillor's question, I identified some areas in my presentation: hospitality, IT, parks and forestry, construction, mechanical trades. This as a result of the people that came from those departments to attend our meetings. And we learned the value of the summer programs and what they could bring. And they could kind of whet the appetite for these young people's careers. And then they would get involved in the city. And our hope is, by working through hospitality or through HR, that they will become managers, will become mentors, and we can build these people and take them forward to the future leaders for tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ford, question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd first like to start off by commending that phenomenal partnership that you presented earlier. I think that's phenomenal, and I look forward to following that as that rolls out. So I do have a few questions, and I think even just our former Economic Development Committee, it's kind of along the same lines. In terms of internships and we offer in the City of Toronto, so you mentioned that we have paid internships, is that correct?
Yes, we have a pilot program that we've just started with a paid internship for 5 months in duration. And we hope to scale that up across, currently it's 4 divisions. We hope to scale that up to more divisions and more opportunities.
And does the City of Toronto offer any, I guess, non-paid internships? More skill-based
What we have is a job incentive program. It is people that are on Ontario Works, and we are, divisions have an opportunity to provide volunteer opportunities for those individuals so that they can get job experience on their resume. They remain on the Ontario Works program, and they provide additional employment-related supports. So travel, clothing, those kinds of things to help them with that particular placement. So in a way, they're paid, but in a way it's unpaid in terms of the division doesn't pay extra, yes.
Right. Okay. And Do we do any work with any like not-for-profit organizations in our communities? I know in North Etobicoke, there are many organizations that are working with youth to connect them to jobs. What do our partnerships look like with them?
We have a whole program in relation to that called Investing in Neighborhoods. And actually, we partner with nearly 200 not-for-profit organizations, and we provide funding so that they can give paid opportunities at those not-for-profit. I believe 600 people, more than 600 people have been placed into those opportunities annually. So it's a very popular program with excellent outcomes.
Great, and that's great to hear. In terms of working with other levels of government, we all acknowledge, and I've heard many, or all levels of government acknowledge that, youth unemployment is a huge issue in the City of Toronto, and definitely farther reaching than that. What have we done, or what have other levels of government done to partner with the City of Toronto around any youth unemployment?
We have excellent relationships with Employment Ontario, and one of the main outcomes recently has been the Eglinton Crosstown with the province of Ontario. TESS will be one of the major players in the intake of young people into those opportunities. But we have other tables where we meet as well.
Right. And in the presentation, I see mention of colleges and universities, and like I said, I kind of stressed this last time, but are we working with any of the high schools or youth who graduate high school and don't move on to college or university? How are we touching base with them?
Well, certainly young people who have left high school, we do focus on those young people to try to either get them back into education or training or into job opportunities. Youth that are still in school hasn't been of major focus for TESS, but the city as a whole does focus on that area. I know we provide programs such as briefings on entrepreneurship, etc. So we do some work with this.
And Council, I may just mention as well, just for clarity, that the apprenticeship program across the board is a consistent, legitimate post-secondary education pathway. So it's comparable to university or college. So that's the way we view it, and that's the way we discuss it with all of our apprentices and their parents, I might add, by the way.
Right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Great,
5
thank you.
minutes. Thank you. Councillor Kelly to question. Thank you, Councillor Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's been a number of research articles published lately with respect to the male dropout from employment, and I'm just wondering what the gender distribution is of the youth that you're helping. Do you have that data, or?
Young men are a significant challenge and probably make up a bigger portion of our caseload in terms of that age group. And can be somewhat harder to engage at times. I could get the details for you in terms of the numbers.
And the concept of, or the definition of the word oriented, a certain number of the youth have been oriented to the program. What does that mean specifically? They're not enrolled, but they're aware of it, or what?
They're not in education or training, or they're not they're unemployed.
But when you make a statement that a certain number have been oriented to the program, what does oriented mean? Does it mean enrolled?
It means that they're aware of the program, they have been briefed on the program, and then it's up to them to come forward and volunteer to participate.
Okay. Do you have a conversion rate at all? Or would that even be important to know?
Can you answer that question, Jennifer, or?
Through the chair.
Introduce yourself.
I believe the question, my name is Jennifer Posthumus with TESS. The question was referring to a statement that we made with respect to networks and the orientations that we provide. These are really comprehensive 3 to 4 hour orientations that we deliver in partnership with networks. And so while I don't know the exact percentage, I do know that we have perhaps the highest percentage of young people who are referred to the program, then provided with the 3 to 4 hour orientation, and then choose to actively engage with the program. The program has a number of different components. It involves group networking sessions, but young people also have the opportunity to reach out one-on-one for mentoring opportunities. And each step of that journey requires that extra level of confidence and support. And so we see that we have really good outcomes with the numbers that we're orienting. Nation, you might be able to provide a little more?
Absolutely. It's now much clearer to me. Orientation is really walking young people through the value of networking, the skill sets necessary, helping them to develop the questions that would get at what their needs are in order to really build an engaging relationship. It's setting the mindset before actually moving them into an actual networking opportunity, either one-on-one or group networking. So orientation refers to that process, as Jen gave in full detail. From a conversion rate to your question, as I'd said earlier, 126 young people from Toronto Employment and Social Services were recommended. 83 of those young people went on to networking. So 126 went through orientation, 83 of them went on to the next stage, which is the actual participation.
If I were talking to a potential candidate for one of these programs, and the question was asked of me, well, how long will this take? You know, if you go to college or university, you know how long roughly the courses are going to take. It could be a 3-year course, 4-year course, semester, things like that. How much time would be spent by youth taking this skill and mentoring path?
So
a mentored skill path.
I would say, Councillor Kelly, it's important for us to think that networking skills works in conjunction with where you're at in terms of your education, your experience. All of that factors into your ultimate question is how long would it take? If an individual has completed post-secondary and for a number of reasons just has not been part of the job market, connecting with the right person within an industry that they're interested in may be a very short timeline between that meeting and an internship or possibly a job opportunity. On the other end of the spectrum, you have a young person who completed high school and has also been out of the workforce for a number of years and less experience as the other individual. So therefore, the time factor of what it will take from meeting Norm Kelly for the first time and moving on to an actual internship or employment opportunity could be vastly different. So in short, the time span of moving from a place of need to a place of opportunity is significantly dependent on where that individual is at that point in time in terms of their skill sets, their experience, their education, and confidence.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor
I could
Kelly.
add to that, to Councillor Kelly, Mr. Chairman, and one great thought, Councillor, and something you are very close to, and that's social networking. We found that the youth today do a lot of social networking. This is their vehicle of putting the word out to their friends. And what they would hear about in a meeting like Nation and others have talked about, that gets out to them very quickly, and the word gets out that there's an opportunity available.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Crisanti, to question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So first of all, I want to thank the panel for coming in, and I want to especially thank Nation for being here today, and the United Way for the tremendous support they give us at Etobicoke North, particularly through our community hub, which is the largest community hub in the city of Toronto. And the challenge seems to be always, in my mind, and what I see that is happening in Etobicoke North, in my area particularly, is identifying youth at risk and having some effective outreach to ensure that we attract youth at risk, and of course low income families. But youth at risk in particular, what steps or programs do you think we could enact or do differently because that's such a critical part of ensuring that we look after our young people that need help.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Crisanti. It's in there. It's in the recommendations that have been put forward in the report. It is about looking and leveraging the existing mechanisms within the city to ensure that organizations that are based in community and have the relationships with those young people and their families have the resources to reach them and to support them along a continuum. You are exactly right. Those young people who are most vulnerable need additional supports. Some of the funding that comes through Employment Ontario, United Way, and other philanthropic organizations cover various aspects of those supports. To echo my comments earlier, that is why it's integral for us to collaborate to ensure we are maximizing each other's resources to reach those young people, and that the skill sets are embedded in the organizations that are part of Etobicoke North and across the city. These organizations like the Rexdale Hub and other such community organizations across the city have the relationships with those young people. If we build the capacity of those organizations, we will reach those young people and ensure that they have the services and supports, whether it's mental health supports, housing, family connection, legal supports, whatever the case may be, to ensure that they have the optimal conditions for success.
Okay. And earlier you mentioned, or someone on the panel mentioned, 100 mentors. Is this something that is you're already underway? How many do you have? What is the time span for that?
I'm sorry, what time would they spend?
Yeah, no, do you have 100 already selected?
No, we don't have 100. We have pledged to sign up 100 mentors during 2017. So I'll be putting out a call to action to division heads to come forward with mentors from the various divisions.
Excellent, because that certainly will go a long way in helping our youth at risk particularly. And partnerships with employers, which you're currently doing now.
Yes.
And it seems to me that there's a bit of a gap, and certainly I would encourage you to continue to, and as you have, participate in my business roundtable meetings, because what I hear all the time is that employers are looking to hire. So that connection is critical. Do you see it going in a different direction, that maybe we could improve better partnerships with employers to make sure that we identify all the possible potential job opportunities and
So
bring our youth?
you're saying that you hear from employers that they're seeking to hire and they can't hire?
Correct.
Can you send them to me?
Yeah. Well, you just have to come out to my business roundtable.
certainly-
There are employers that will, and your office has participated.
Yes, we do
and
have
is
the
always welcome.
supports and a team of managers that work with the employer sector. Any employer that is seeking to hire, we will certainly help them.
Okay. And in terms of reaching out to employers, what plan is there in place to do that portion of it, that part of it?
As I said, we have a team of managers that work in the community that are focused just on the employer sector. So we do a lot of work reaching out to employers in the various communities. And a lot of our advertising efforts, our employment center activities are focused on employers.
All right, that's fair enough. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. All right, so I just have a couple of questions. Young people who, and some of the marginalized young people who are, for whatever reasons, seem to get into the criminal system. And so those young people are there for a short period of time. I'm wondering, what mechanism are you suggesting, or that you would like to offer up, to create a collaboration so that those young people coming out of the system have some element of training prior to being out and being released without any experience and so on, and because that further creates a huge issue for them. Just wondering what mechanism that you have in place.
Yes, I think you're quite
Excuse me, I just wonder if a conversation can be quietened down, please, in the room. Thank you. Thank you.
So certainly, we need that connection between school and getting into the workplace, and many of these...
I'm not talking about schools. I'm talking about jails, Correctional facilities.
okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes, absolutely. We have a strategy that is coming forward very shortly about young people and all individuals who have experience with the justice system and what we can do to support them. So you'll be hearing some highlights about that shortly.
Fair enough. So is this strategy partnering with the provincial government and federal government?
Yes.
Okay.
We have a table has been established to talk about all the supports and how we can network those supports for people with that kinds of experience.
Fantastic. And how are you planning to promote and communicate this? So this network, this collaboration that's taking place as it relates to the work that's been done by the committee chairs, the co-chairs, and the members of the community, and the work that you've been doing for some time. I'm just wondering now, in terms of reaching those young people, and I know that we talk about social media and so on, are there some other mechanism that you actually put in place? For example, everyone goes to a barber or a beautician. Are you planning, for example, to have posters, adverts, and so on in those types of locations? Because everybody wants to be beautiful, right? So
Yes, absolutely. That is what we would be reaching to do, what you're suggesting.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Those are my questions. Members, we still have a number of people to speak. So for the moment, I want to thank the panel. There are no more questions of you. And in our remarks, we will obviously add more comments and so on. So thank you very much. And I will then call on the following speaker, Tom Gleason, who is the Executive Director of Toronto Youth Cabinet. Tom? And just wait for the area to be clear and come on out. Thank you. And then on deck will be Tim McGuire and President, Canadian Union of Public Employees, CQP Local 79, and then Karen Buck. Good morning. How are you? Welcome. Your 5 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you. So hello, everyone. My name is Tom Gleason. I am the Executive Director of the Toronto Youth Cabinet. We are the city's official youth advisory body. And I'm here today to talk to you a little bit about this report. I first want to thank Toronto Employment and Social Services and the Advisory Board for this terrific report. There's a lot of great information and a lot of great steps that the city can take to address youth unemployment. What I'm here today to suggest is that we take this work as a bit of a starting place to develop a more comprehensive youth employment strategy that works within the frameworks developed by both the federal and provincial governments. As one of the advisory board members stated, this isn't an issue for any one level of government, but I think right now what we need is collaboration with our federal partners, with the province, and with all school boards. I think that if we develop this new framework, we can take into account this work that is work-based learning, but also the many other employment services the city has to offer, whether it's the youth employment program or the Youth Partnerships and Employment Program. There are many ways, many programs currently in place that aren't addressed within this report. What the benefit of creating a strategy would be is that we are also able to address some of the youth-facing barriers that have been mentioned in some of the questions here today, particularly youth facing the criminal justice system, Indigenous youth, trans youth, and youth in care. So what I would challenge this committee here today would be to take this report, take the reports that have been released by any number of non-governmental organizations, and start to develop a framework for a comprehensive address to youth employment in the city. I think that if we could really work to address some of the barriers that are faced by particular groups, we could start seeing systemic change. I don't think it's acceptable in 2016 that we have youth employment rates above 30%. So I strongly encourage all of you here today to keep this in mind, consider what this kind of framework or strategy could look like as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have questions from Councillor Ford. Councillor Ford, question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Tom, for your presentation. My first question to you, has the Toronto Youth Cabinet had any, have they been in consultation with TESS around this report coming forward, or do you partner with TESS in any way around this?
So one of our former members was actually on the advisory board, Chloe Marie Brown. So that's one way. A number of other, so other than that, there's not a whole lot of linkages between the two groups, but that's something that we're always open to.
Right. Would you welcome an official seat in that committee, or as they make that report, or?
The report on the...
Moving forward with this, with
Yes.
the work-based learning strategy in Toronto?
Yeah, so we welcome any involvement that's possible. We have many youth who are keenly interested in youth employment and do a lot of reading and research to figure out best practices.
Right. Okay. And you mentioned you would like to see, this committee take a more comprehensive approach to youth unemployment. What suggestions have you heard from the cabinet or yourself? What would you like to see us dive into in particular?
So in terms of a strategy, I think what this would look like would be building off of a lot of the work that's presented here, but also this report is very focused on long-term, but even in the short term, youth need jobs now, right? And there are lots of programs here. And so what I'm suggesting is that we optimize the services that we currently provide so that they're reaching the youth that they need to reach, the ones that are the hardest to reach, and the ones where economic scarring would be most significant.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I see no questions. Councillor, okay. So Councillor,
Very quick question.
Ali?
Youth unemployment is not a challenge that the City of Toronto faces. It seems to be widespread throughout the Western world. In some parts of Europe, it's 50% unemployment. What explanation do you have for such high youth unemployment rates?
In the City of Toronto or just across the... So I'm sure there's a lot of explanations. I think post 2008, you saw a significant change in the economy. So where in 2008, there were a lot of job losses, the job requirements, which used to require no post-secondary or just a high school diploma, suddenly required advanced degrees. And what you've seen in that recovery period is that those standards have not gone down. So that's one part of it. And so just that job scarcity for a lot of youth who are not in education, employment, or training has had a significant impact.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Carroll?
Six Dad just got schooled. That was a great answer. One of the things about the youth cabinet that's great is that it's constantly renewing its membership. It's because youth move into it and then move out of it. And one of the curses is that it keeps being renewed. So we can't go back to them now, but they were part of an initiative back in 2004 and 5 when Mayor Miller said he was going to engage all these businesses and we were going to have no end of supply of businesses that wanted to be a part of mentorship programs, internship programs, and even paid internship. And 4 years of work netted 80 employers. So we just heard United Way announce that in 2017, 100 will emerge. Do the youth cabinet have a way of helping inform who would be the best partners if we're going to do that again? Some of the feedback from the members back in the day was, why did they send me there? They got there and then were not really feeling like there was any, they were making coffee, is what they were doing. Do you want to make tea at the BBC? Was basically what was happening. So do youth cabinet have an exercise going on that could inform this process? If we're going to have another push, find 100 employers and do this, could they really inform if we're going there, if we're going to go in there, and particularly if we're going to end up in unpaid internships, here's the level of engagement we got to have.
Mm-hmm. So we're actually hosting a town hall specifically on youth employment in January.
Perfect.
So that's January 16th, and I can send invitations to all the councillors on this committee if they'd be interested.
And the action committee as well. They're all invited as well?
We can see to that, yes.
Excellent, excellent. I think that's what we need is a conversation before we go looking for those 100 employers about what it will mean to have these people in your environment. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Carroll. Okay, so our next speaker, Mr. McGuire.
Good morning, Councillor Thompson, committee members. As you can see, I'm not Tim McGuire.
Yeah, I'm just looking in
He's
amazement.
away,
like
so-
you've changed. Good morning. Your name?
Morning.
please?
My name is Lily Chang, and I'm here on behalf of the members of Keep It
Okay.
Local 79.
Welcome. Yeah.
Which includes thousands of part-time youth workers, particularly in the Parks, Forestry, and Recreation Division who deliver services across Toronto. The crisis of youth unemployment and underemployment has become a common concern amongst unions, communities, and governments. So too has a concern for the rise of precarious jobs. It's for these reasons that Local 79 is deeply committed to advocating for good, stable jobs, especially for our young workers who are trying to build a life. A year ago, Local 79 wrote to the Economic Development Committee regarding the Youth Employment Action Plan to make clear our willingness to support and participate in the advisory committee's efforts. I'm disappointed to report that we have not been engaged once during this time to participate in the process. In fact, we were only notified about the city's own work-based learning pilot upon its implementation and after our members called us about it. I'm here before you today to tell you that we can make these programs better if we work together. Local 79 agrees with many of the recommendations put forward by the advisory committee. For example, the report identifies opportunities to align commitments in the Youth Employment Action Plan with other city directions, such as the city's poverty reduction strategy. A key component of creating good, stable jobs in the poverty reduction strategy is the development and implementation of a job quality assessment tool. This tool would position the city to better understand and apply good job standards to assure that decent wages, reliable hours, benefits, and career advancement are part of any job the city is involved in creating. The city has many roles it plays in creating jobs, but I want to focus on one role in particular, and that is of being an employer. The city, as the largest employer of youth in Toronto, can do more to provide career pathways for its own workers. Local 79 has over 8,000 members in its Parks, Forestry, and Recreation Division, many of whom are youth who are working in part-time or seasonal jobs. These young workers used to be able to shift into full-time positions or move into other opportunities across the city once they finished school. Now the workers have been in these part-time arrangements for upwards 10 years and have difficulty accessing full-time positions. Interestingly, the report before you recommends advancing opportunities for youth by expanding youth leadership programming and integrating career navigation and awareness building into recreational activities for youth offered through PF&R. But before PF&R staff, who are members, are expected to expand youth career programs, the city needs to increase access to meaningful job opportunities with career path potential for its own youth employees. And here are some suggestions on how we can do that. Some of the job stagnation for our young workers are experiencing are due to the chronically high vacancy rates in the public service, with no comprehensive strategy to reduce those vacancy rates. Currently, there are 3,239 positions unfilled by the city, representing a vacancy rate of 5%, which is double the approved rate of gapping in most divisions. The city has an opportunity to address these high vacancy rates through youth employment strategies that provide job stability and career growth for youth already employed by the city, as well as opening positions to unemployed youth. As the city creates jobs for youth, it needs to show true leadership by providing good, stable jobs. I would submit that the 5-month placements provided to youth through the city's work-based learning pilot do not meet that mark. The city needs to make sure that such programs do not replace full-time opportunities or cut apart existing jobs to create multiple unpaid or low-paying jobs for youth. As well, some of the city employment opportunities being offered through the PAY program fall short of good, stable jobs. Senior program leader positions at TCHC recently listed on the PAY job posting site. They were part-time, temporary positions paying $12.70 an hour. The city can do better. The city can be a true champion in providing and supporting youth employment, and Local 79 wants to help. We want to work with you to explore options and participate in consultations to see if we can achieve better youth employment opportunities. Specifically, I ask that we be consulted on any ongoing divisional work plans and included as a stakeholder in the 2017 Work-Based Learning Symposium. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Carroll.
Yes, I was asking the question about whether or not we're tracking. We have some people in these programs went to work in HR, went to work in TESS itself, and the divisions you mentioned. Do they get work? Do they get work afterwards that's long-term? So it sounds like what you're saying is if they get work right here in the city afterwards, youth that are employed by the city now, they're in precarious contracts.
Well, we do have a lot of youth who, in the old days, before hiring freezes were implemented across many divisions, it was a matter of fact of finishing off your university or college, and our members, especially in recreation and aquatics, for example, I'm more familiar with, would apply for opportunities in police, in fire, in paramedics. We have other youth who graduate from programs in bylaw enforcement, in public health, for example, and it was a lot easier in those days to get a full-time employment job with the city. But with the hiring freeze that has been implemented in a number of years, it's been difficult. Our members are having a hard time. And we have our own young members who've been told by their supervisors that don't expect anything to come your way till at least 10 years. So that's anecdotal, but that's what they've heard from their management.
Right, right. So in economic development, we ask everyone who presents, are you providing real jobs, or are youth going to get long-term jobs? And then in budget committee, when we see a new position, we ask, is this temporary, before we say yes to it? Because here we want it to be full-time. When we get to the budget committee, we want it to be temporary, or you can't have it, General Manager.
Right.
Okay, I think I understand what you're saying. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions? A short one, but I think an important one from me. Artificial intelligence is everywhere replacing human labor. So why would the city or employers pay high wages with considerable benefits to new employees?
Well, there are some jobs that can be more easily taken over by artificial intelligence, but I would say that there's many jobs that our members perform that cannot be replaced by a robot. For example, the human services area, there are some things that people can do automatically on their own through a website, but there's nothing that can replace the face-to-face, one-on-one counseling, one-on-one mentorship that our members, for example, in TESS do every day. Nothing can replace the public health nurse who visits someone's home, vulnerable client's home, for example. Nothing can replace the recreation staff who lead and teach a lot of the program areas in Parks, Forestry, and Recreation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Kelly and members of the committee. I'm president of a nonprofit community organization, Citizens for a Safe Environment, And as such, in 1999, I was the signatory to the Ashbridges Bay Treatment Plant EA mediation agreement. And there was a huge section of that report, which was a commitment made by the city for the wet weather management master plan. I've also was a steering committee member for 3 years on the wet weather management master plan. And what I witnessed over the, oh, I need a glass of water. Sorry. I should have said I need lunch. Anyway, I did get some water. Thank you so much. And so as a result of my involvement in these issues of water management within the city and realizing that the city was also subject to the degradation of water quality as well, I had the opportunity to actually become the project manager and was given a grant to carry out a downspout disconnection pilot project. And that was when, in 2010, the city actually brought forward from the water department a mandatory downspout disconnection program. Absolutely. And as a result of my being a project manager of this downspout disconnection program, it was to put in place something that would say, we have a solution, one solution to the problem of our water degradation. And also, as we've noticed that we have intense rainfall, we have a problem with the overflows. It's important that this project was put in place to look at this problem. And as a result, I hired students, and my concern, of course, is student employment. I hired students. I had 40 people apply for 3 positions, and they were all great. They were all educated at the University of Guelph, Toronto, and Ryerson as landscape architects. I worked with a landscape architect, Sholin and Company, who supervised, designed the program, which then I put in place. It was successful. It was designed to actually reach the Toronto green standard of Tier 2 25 millimeter capture of rainfall and infiltrate that clean water into our city's watershed. So what I'm saying to you is that it was a successful program. It's 6 years later, actually, since it was done. It has been very successful. There is another project that has also been put in place in East York, which is also a solution. And there are 475,000 residential units within the City of Toronto that have or have not effectively disconnected their downspouts. And that is a concern because we still haven't put the youth employment in place, the educated university graduates. we haven't put in place something that is actually looking after this mandatory downspout disconnection program, which now on December the 3rd is across the full city for all buildings everywhere. And it is an opportunity to also have the city connect the landscape architects in this city to put together something that will solve all of these problems. And so that's where I'm coming from, is that this is a solution. We have a city policy that's not being followed through on, and we have your opportunity as a city to work with landscape architects and educated landscape students to solve our problem and put in a clear pathway for good green jobs, which we need in this city. Thank you.
You mentioned the number of houses that we still have to look at that need to disconnect.
Well,
have you looked into, you know, so many people, you drive by and you see it and they say, oh, I have a letter. Those letters aren't really databased anywhere, are they? We really need to go to every house that's not disconnected.
You do.
Quickly go through.
One of the things that I noticed as I was walking along Glebe Mount, which is in Ward 31, was the fact that there were 5 new development houses that obviously new, that had already been permitted and giving building permits.
Karen, my apologies for interrupting. This is procedural. Can I have a motion to extend it to finish the questions of the deputant? Councillor Carroll, all those in favor, opposed, that's carried. Thank you.
Okay, sorry.
So we have all that work to do.
And
new builds as well.
And so none of these had effective downspout disconnected, but within the last 3 years, or 5 years, they would have been given building permits by the city. So there's nobody who, at the time that building permits are being looked at, is actually saying effective downspout has to be a part of that particular building permit so that we get the right thing happening in all of our watersheds, in our residential, well, across the city, to make sure that we are actually addressing the whole idea of cleaning up our watersheds with solutions that work.
And none of those steps that still need to be completed is too complicated for recent grads entering the job market.
No, so you're looking
to
at
both execute and in fact you could have managers within that same cohort.
Yes, and they're wonderful.
Thank you.
The ones I got were fabulous.
Thank you.
That we'll recess now and return at 1:30. Is that correct? That's the understanding. We've got quorum. Okay, thank you.
If I could ask you to please clear the room is going to be locked.
Good afternoon. Would members of the Economic Development Committee please come to Committee Room 1?
Okay, we are resumed in session, Economic Development Committee. Members, just before we go back to ED 16.2, we had a motion to complete for ED 16.1. The motion is on the screen, and Councillor Carroll sort of amended my motion, and the motion's on the screen. So this is item ED 16.1, right? We just dealing with the motion. We had set it down in order to draft the motion. So does members need a couple more seconds to kind of read, or is that sufficient? Yes, are we good? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Moving back now to ED 16.2, we are at speakers, and Deputy Chair Kelly, thank you very much for stepping into the seat. Appreciate your help. So we are at speakers, members of committee. I have Councillor Ford as the first speaker. Councillor Ford?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I have a list
hope
going.
everyone.
Anybody else? Yes, okay. Speaking, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hope everyone had a good lunch. So just on item 16.2, I'm going to keep my comments very brief in the interest of time. I think our staff are doing a phenomenal job around the work-based learning in Toronto, and of course, my own interest around youth unemployment, and I see to be very important in our city, and of course beyond that. But I think you know the most important thing that we can do, and we are doing, but just to echo, is working together. All governments, whether it's the Government of Canada, Ontario, this City Council, and from my previous experience on the school board, we all talk about youth unemployment and how that is such a big issue. So it's great to hear that we're coming together. I think it's very important to be working with all youth, going through college, university, and reaching out to them, but also working with youth who aren't going through college and university, and those, in my opinion, are the most marginalized youth, and those are the youth that we do need to reach out to. So I think it's very important that we're doing that and that we continue to do that, and to make sure that our youth can get a good long-term job. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ford. Councillor Kelly to speak.
Thank you, Chair. If there's ever a time that youth need help, it certainly is this time. Based on the trends that people are perceiving and projecting into the future with our considerable anticipated social and technological and economic turbulence, I think more than ever before we've got to look very closely at youth employment, and especially for those portions of our youth population that need extra or special help. The one criticism, and I use the term mildly, of the presentation that we had before lunch is that the goal, at least rhetorically, is to lead the youth they're working with to a career path that will be high-paying and stable. And regrettably, that's not the future that is being predicted. And I would hope that the emphasis would be on skills and on flexibility, because it's ironic, the generation that talks about stable career paths are old guys like me, because that's what we experienced. That's what we looked forward to. But that's not the future that's being predicted by many people that are trying to figure out where the heck this society is going. But from what I can read and from the conversations I've had with people, you've got to focus on skills, flexibility, and an enhanced emphasis on entrepreneurialism. Many of the jobs in the future, Chair, will be self-created. And you know what? There will be a lot of opportunities. The electronic revolution is going to create so many niches in the marketplace that there will be an abundance of opportunities, but they can only be realized if we have a population that is willing to be entrepreneurial, and maybe as well to go through a constant learning or relearning process as they move along the job chain. So, Mr. Chair, I applaud the efforts that have been made to date and will be made in the future. The symposium looks interesting, but I would urge you to invite people to that symposium who are writing the books or the articles on the columns about this, frankly, scary future. You've got to get outside the traditional limits of working with predominantly with non-for-profits and with sort of social justice as the common touchstone. I think you've got to be exposed to as many thought-provoking perspectives as you can generate. And it's hopefully as a result of the clash of those ideas that we will be able in a meaningful way to give our youth the assistance that they need, and indeed, frankly, from their elders should expect.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Carroll to speak next.
Well, I wasn't going to speak, but now I'm going to provide the counterpoint to Councillor Kelly.
Yeah, I just knew that.
I think my learned colleague runs a risk of getting in the same kind of trouble that Finance Minister Morneau got into last month by saying millennials should suck it up and get used to moving from job to job. We're now coming through all the way, they've come full circle, all the way from, gee, Mom and Dad, I might not do all my schooling now. I'm going to go work on this startup, and then I'll go back, and then maybe I'll do this, and maybe I'll do that, to, hey, wait a minute, this doesn't lead me to owning a home. And while they don't want to own a car, they certainly do want to acquire some wealth. And they're starting to realize that, economically speaking, this is probably not going to get them where they need to be by 50. And so I think we're going to start to see a growing sensitivity about the idea of the knowledge economy being okay if we all just never work for more than 12 months in one place. And so I think the programs we heard about today are about two things, are about making sure that they have a sort of a deep feeling about one area, and also about specifically targeting those youth who aren't even going to be a part of that exciting millennial, largely white and largely post-secondary educated and therefore more affluent communities. These are those folks who don't even get to take part in that. It's precarious, but has potential for sudden land office success through some startup. These are folks that aren't even going to get there and aren't even easily finding their way to skilled trades. And so I appreciate the work they're doing. I asked Ms. Walcott before we were coming back about QP 79's comments, and I'm sensitive to them. We do want to consult them, but I'm also mindful that they're again focusing on a very different group. They're focusing on a group that is already with us, already employed, and can they move around the organization? And that's I think a piece that not so much staff have to look at, but we have to look at, because we continually send the direction that if you want to do something new, if you want to try something new in the organization, we're fine with it so long as it's temporary. There is a concern out there in the labor market that everything is temporary. And if it is the role of the public sector to set a bar for fair employment, to set a bar for how we engage people in the world of work, and who better than the public sector to set that bar so that you can then say to your business community, be fair employers, that will make this a better city to live in, then I think we have to look at some of our own practices, because we ask staff to do a lot, and then we tell them to make sure no one is an actual and true FTE when we come time to provide them the funds to do it with. So there are some lessons to be learned there, but there's a particular focus to what we learned about today that I think is that brand of people that really are struggling because they aren't even a part of the very exciting startup economy that we have in Toronto. So we have to serve them with the programs we heard today. So I was grateful to hear about them.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. All right, let me just add my voice and thank the co-chairs, former Councillor Leon and Mike York. When I reached out to both men to help us, they were extremely happy to offer their assistance because they get it, they're recognizing the need. And also all the members on the advisory committee as well for their great work. And it goes without saying, our professional staff led by Ms. Walcott here have, in my view, worked extremely hard, the whole team, on this issue. When we asked, I guess 6 years ago, to take the test piece into economic development, it was for this very reason. Because for me, it seemed as if there was a disjointed aspect of trying to focus on economic development, yet not understanding what was actually happening with the employment and unemployment aspect that basically should go hand in hand in terms of economic development policies and so on. I also want to thank the mayor as well, because the mayor is fully supportive. We work with a pay program, and if many of the people who were here today were at Metro Hall a few weeks ago and saw the number of young people who are there and some of the really cool things and the innovation that they're bringing forward and the energy that they bring in, reflects in terms of what our goals and objectives are with respect to what we want to achieve with respect to our young people. We get it, that there are many young people who are challenged in terms of finding opportunities. But I also want to tell you, it's not absolutely all doom and gloom. There are a lot of young people that are doing great things, creating opportunities and so on. The precarious work component that people talk about and so on for all of our young people, I actually don't buy that. I do think that there are some that are caught in that sort of area, if you will, where that is what it is, and that's what we want to shift that. This is what this is all about. And what we're doing is looking at collaborating. I talked to the general manager some time ago about this idea around helping young people to the mentor program, mentor initiative, and so on. She mentioned to me about what was actually happening with United Way. So we didn't have to create something brand new because this capacity is already there. And so because the capacity is there, we should basically get onto that ramp with that capacity to work with the NGOs and partners. Because at the end of the day, it is a pool of young people that we want to try to shift the imbalance, shift the challenges that they're experiencing, and for many, experiencing without sufficient support. And that's part of what we're trying to do in terms of bringing these elements forward and so on. That is going to create opportunities for these young people. And just getting back to the mayor again, when we talk about in this city, we're trying to create market opportunities for our local businesses so there's demand for their goods, products, and services and so on. Oftentimes the media, and I don't see many here today, but they will say, my gosh, city, you're spending money to do this, or the councillor is traveling, the mayor is traveling. Guess what, folks? We are competing in a global economy. We have to compete globally. It's no longer competing against Mississauga or Durham region and so on. So for those people who simply buy the headlines, my gosh, councillors spend money, but don't see the corresponding piece of it, which is bringing in business, bringing in investment, I ask you to actually recognize there's always two elements to any story, or perhaps there's a third, some will say, which is the truth. I'm not sure what that means, but I hear that often. But nonetheless, these are all part of the building blocks that we're actually putting in place to address the very need that exists in this city. And not just young people, but we're focusing on young people. But we are also looking at those who are over 50, or 55, or 60, who have lost their jobs and realize that there's a need for them to continue working, because we don't want to amputate their spirit or the young people's spirit either. So this is the reason why it's really fundamentally extremely important for us to work on these type of initiative. The local government is actually listening and acting, and I think that's the key. So I want to thank everybody involved, and I simply want to basically move that this particular item be received. I think we're receiving the we're adopting the recommendations that are here, yes. And so we are adopting the recommendations that are here. And so, all those in favor? A recorded vote. The Vice Chair has asked for a recorded vote. So, Madam Clerk?
All those in favor of adopting the recommendations in ED 16.2, Councillor Ford, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Fregadakis. That motion is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. And moving right along, members. Sorry, Councillor Fregadakis, you.
Yes, sorry, if I could just ask procedurally, I'm prepared to release item number 6 with a few comments, if that's the will of the committee, since I don't think that there are any speakers on the speakers list.
Members, what say you? I think you're good, Councillor. Please go ahead. Thank you. Just to vary for a bit. So
yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. So you just...
No, the motion is before us.
It's not the X item. No motion,
No.
just speaking.
It's receiving.
Yeah, no, I mean, the recommendations that are before us, I'm fine with them. I just wanted to say thank you very much to all of the people who have participated in the culinary tourism working group all these many years. I mean, this started in 2014. Here we are at the end of 2016. We've had some really great discussions that have resulted in, putting together of a directory of food assets, and there's going to be movement on that and lots of exciting initiatives that celebrate Toronto as a place that people celebrate through food. And there's lots more coming. There's been some really exciting articles that have been written by the New York Times and Vogue magazine, and that the report speaks to a quote by David Chang, the celebrity chef, who says that and compares the Toronto's dining scene today to where TIFF was in the 1970s. It's growing in importance, but it's not quite there yet, but it'll get there. And I mean, I'm super excited to support the good work that both they're doing in the food and beverage sector as well as tourism services, and people should come to Toronto for lots of things, but in particular they should come for the food.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor. All right, so, Councillor?
Can I just amend that, so just so that we're clearly understanding the food scene, that we received the report, but we should actually receive it at Allo? And that works for me.
All right, Councillor, you're sharing a variation on it. All right, so members, all those in favor of receiving the report, to adopt the recommendations in recommendation number 1, okay? All those in favor, opposed, carried. Thank you. Okay, great. Okay, so moving right along, we are now going to ED 16.3, which is the Greater Airport Authority. Let me just get my list out, and I know we have Mr. David Wilson, who's the chair of the board, who's here with us as well, and we also have Ms. Lori McKeeves here with us as well. So the floor is yours. Welcome. You guys are no stranger to this committee, and welcome. See, you're smiling broadly because I know you've got great news. Thank you. Go ahead, please. It was morning. You started.
fine. It was, we were waiting for the get on this morning. It was great to hear all the good work that's being done by the two committees that you just reported on. So thank you for taking time to hear from us today. My name is David Wilson, as the chair said. I'm here with Laurie McKee, who's our Director of Public Affairs and Stakeholder Relations at the GTAA, Greater Toronto Airport Authority. I have some very brief opening remarks, and then Laurie is going to take you through a slide presentation quite briskly, right, Laurie? I was nominated to the GTA board as the City of Toronto's representative in 2011. 2 years ago, I was honored to be elected by my peers on the board as chair of the board. I'm also involved with the city. I'm a member of a 3-person independent investment advisory committee that works with the city's CFO on the city's cash reserves. So I'm pleased to be back in front of your committee to share an update on Toronto Pearson on behalf of the Board of Directors. As our city continues to grow in stature on the world stage, the airport plays an increasingly critical role in supporting Toronto's economic activity and our global reach. This connectivity allows Toronto businesses to reach domestic and global markets, generating jobs, tax revenues, trade, foreign direct investment, and tourism. Toronto Pearson is proud of our role in fostering prosperity for the city, the region, and the country. Toronto's airport has experienced tremendous growth lately, growth that is consistent with some of the world's top-tier airports like London Heathrow and Hong Kong. Airports with strong international and connecting growth, growth that is stronger than that of the local economy. We forecast that by the end of this year, we will have served almost 44 million passengers, up from 41 million in 2015 and 38.5 million just 2 years ago. That is big growth. Today, Toronto Pearson is the second largest airport in North America in terms of international travelers, second only to JFK in New York. By the mid-2030s, we're forecasting that Pearson will serve upwards of 70 to 80 million passengers per year and facilitate $62 billion of Ontario's GDP. As a board, we've been focused on 2 fundamental themes: financial sustainability and the passenger experience. We also know that as the airport grows, we need to be responsive to our community impacts. The GTAA, under the guidance of the board, will continue to make investments needed to remain a world-class airport and to accommodate the growth experienced to date and in the future. And we will also make investments in local communities through a new community investment fund focused on helping deliver jobs and skills training to those living closest to the airport. So Laurie has a presentation which she's going to take you through. I'll just speak to the first slide, if I might. Our vision for Toronto Pearson. This is a vision approved by the Board of Directors. It's a very ambitious goal to be the world's best airport, making a difference, connecting the world. Now, we're not the best airport in the world yet, but it is an aspiration, and we are putting in place, management is putting in place, under the board's supervision, annual metrics and measurements that will move us step by step by step closer to being one of the best airport in the world, if not the best, very close to the best. So that's our vision, supported by the board, being executed by management as we speak. And with that big picture intro, I'll turn it over to you, Laurie.
Great, thank you very much, and good afternoon, members of council and chairman. So a lot of the stats in this next slide, David has just talked about. So the biggest one on the bottom really is that second largest in terms of international passengers, second only to JFK. The growth that we've seen has added 4 million more passengers since last year. We expect to end the year at 44 million. 120,000 people on average is going through the airport. This past summer, our busiest time of the year is July and August. So every Friday in August this past year, we were processing upwards of 150,000 each and every day. The economic impact that the airport has to Ontario and to the city is significant. We see ourselves as an enabler, a catalyst. People don't fly to airports, they fly to do business, they fly to visit friends and family, and to be a tourist. So this economic impact, about $42 billion of Ontario's economy, and that's about 6.3% of the GDP, 332,000 jobs throughout the economy supported as a result of what's happening at the airport. And as you can see, by 2030, that just gets larger. Where are all of these jobs?
Many of them are right here in the city of Toronto. This map starts to show you the concentration of jobs. So of the 332,000 jobs throughout Ontario, there is about 60,000 of those that are in Toronto direct employment. So there's about 49,000 people work at the airport directly. 12,000 of those folks live in the city of Toronto. The airport is sort of poised now to become what we're calling a mega hub. We are already a significant global hub airport in the world, in North America. A global hub is an airport that has about 40 million passengers, and 10 million of those would be international. Mega hub airports are those, and there's only about 11 of them in the world, so those are the Heathrows and Singapores. They're airports that have 50 million passengers, of which 20 are international. So we're very quickly becoming one of those airports in the world. In North America, just for your interest, there's only two what we would consider mega hub airports, so that's JFK and LAX. And you can see in the bottom bubbles on the right-hand side, we can access today about 67% of the world's economy. As a mega hub airport, we expect that would be 80%. So that's good for business, that's good for tourism, that's good for the city of Toronto. Given our corporate structure, we've done the work and continue to do the work to make sure that Pearson is being invested in so it has the facilities in order to continue to support the communities and the economy around us. There are some areas where we do look to partner with government and seek government's help to make sure that we can continue to be the airport that this community needs. It also means we need to be a good neighbor. We're a large corporate organization, so we do work closely with our neighboring communities. We host our own events every year. We have a fundraiser called our Runway Run. We have a street festival at the airport. We do open houses. In fact, we have one coming up in Parkdale High Park on December the 8th. We also have public tours that operate between April and October, and a number of other initiatives where we do try and partner with the community and make sure we're giving back. That also means we have our Propeller project. This was the community investment program that David mentioned. So some examples of programs and organizations we're working with in the City of Toronto. We've recently made a commitment to once again partner with Science in the Schools, Etobicoke Beats and Intentions, Unity Charity, an after-schools program, and a Syrian choir that we've been working with since the first arrival of flights almost a year ago now. So we know that we need to make sure that we're giving back, and the new commitments and that's been made by our board in terms of additional funds available to us to do that. We will be doing even more exciting things in the years to come. We do have impacts as an airport, and those also have to be managed. We have a committee that meets regularly called CNAC. Councillor Crisanti and Councillor Holiday are on that committee. We also have a staff in our noise office that works 24/7 to answer people's questions and make sure that concerns are being addressed. We get out into the community as well and make sure people understand how the airport operates. We try and make sure we're showing leadership through our environmental programming as well. We're the first airport in North America to receive an ISO 14001 certification. You can see our GHG reductions since 2006, about 50%. One of the founding members of Partners in Project Green, Toronto is actively a member of as well, and some of the other sort of good news stats you can see on the slide. Our business is moving people and moving goods, so we do have to make sure that as an airport we're also doing our core business, which is keeping people moving. One of our biggest concerns right now is some of the flow issues we have in the building, and that's partly because we've been growing so quickly. Some of the processes that other levels of government have responsibility for haven't been able to keep up. So the pre-board screening process you go through, that's one of concerns that we have, is that we just haven't had the staff at CATSA to be able to keep up with the flows, and so people are waiting longer than they need to. The same is true as people arrive back into Canada, coming into Canada Customs. The growth has been so significant, we just don't have the customs officers necessary to process people. We're looking to have globally competitive standards and work with the federal government to get those set. So other airports in the world are doing a better job than we are right now. So we're working with the federal government and our partners to try and see if we can come up with a higher standard. Minister Garneau did have a speech in Montreal a couple of weeks back where he did talk about moving to a globally competitive standard for CATSA, so that was welcome news for us.
Yeah, I think we're getting some positive vibes from the federal government on recognizing that CATS in particular, but CBSA as well, to be a world-class airport, people have to be processed more efficiently. There's a new CATSA system coming called CATSA Plus, which will be introduced, Lori, in our airport, we expect.
We should have the first, in the Terminal 1 transborder by April.
April of 2017. So it's a new tech, an improved technology for more efficient screening called CATSA Plus. You'll be seeing it starting in April, which is a good news story from the feds.
Because our growth has been so significant, we're thinking long-term. Airports have to think out in sort of 20, 30, 40-year periods. So we've been working with airports across Southern Ontario to understand how collectively we can accommodate the growth that's coming. Pearson is a long-haul international airport that needs to be protected to play that role for Toronto and for Canada. So we're looking at other airports and talking to them about what roles they can play to help serve that growth that's coming. You can see on the chart, there's a gap between what airports in Southern Ontario have planned in terms of their capacity and what the demand is of about 24 million passengers. So if we don't do something to try and close that gap, that potentially goes to somewhere else and potentially across the border. So here are the airports we're working with. They go from Windsor to Kingston, up to Simcoe, and down to Niagara. You can see Pickering is on the map. It's not an airport today, but it's land set aside, and so the federal government is sitting at the table with us, given that it's their role and responsibility about whether there will be an airport there in the future. But this is long-term thinking and something we are spending some time working with. We also are very concerned about ground transportation, and this is particularly true because of the large employment that the airport supports, but also the lands around the airport. The Neptus Foundation recently came out with a second report this past October that talked about the airport megazone. There's 300,000 people that work in and around the airport. This is the second largest employment zone in the country, second only to downtown Toronto, so it's bigger than Vancouver, it's bigger than Calgary's. It's also an area where there's significant congestion with respect to ground transportation. We know that there's 1 million car trips every day that are going to this area, so that's more car trips than come into downtown Toronto. And we know that's only going to get worse as we forecast it out to 2043, 25 to 35% longer time to get to Pearson. So looking at the roads around the airport, because as I said, we don't just move people, we also move goods. There's about $843 million worth of goods on the roads around the airport, and that's every day. And so those goods are sitting stuck in traffic as well. So the more that we can do to move people out of their cars and into transit, the more we can help move cargo around the airport to the airport and also get people to where they're going. This is what our transit map looks like today. We do have the Up Express, and that is becoming more and more popular and well used and with folks. We also have a number of bus services, but besides that, we seem to be sort of the hole in the donut when it comes to transit planning. We've been very supportive of improving ground transportation, higher order transit connections to the airport, and this is a map that shows what we think it could look like. We've recommended that there needs to be a Union Station-like facility at Toronto Pearson. We're prepared to make investments in a facility that would process passengers, but then also accommodate the ground transportation connections. And we've been doing a significant amount of study to look at how those connections could come to an airport and serve the area, not just for the airport, but for the lands around the airport, but also a regional play in terms, we're sitting smack dab in the innovation corridor between Kitchener-Waterloo and Toronto as well. So we think there's a regional role that this ground transportation hub could play. So in summary, we know that we have an important economic role to play, and we keep making sure that we're making the investments to do that, and we're partnering with all levels of government to make sure the economic benefits continue. We know we have to be a good neighbor and give back, and we work closely with our neighboring communities to do that, focusing on CATSA and CBSA in terms of moving people through our building, and then sort of outside the building, getting to and from the airport and getting around the airport. It really is about making more investments in ground transportation. Happy to take any of your questions, and I think maybe David has one more question.
Well, just one more stat that Lori didn't mention that I think is telling. Lori spent some time talking about getting people and goods to the airport and from the airport after their planes land. So as Lori said, the board and the company are committed to finding ways to partner with governments to make it happen, make a hub happen, Toronto Pearson West, or at least Toronto Union West, we call it. Here's the statistic, though. About 10% of the people that work in the airport or go to the airport to fly, about 10% of the travelers use public transit, 90% get in a car or to get there. In Vancouver, it's 30-70. So in Canada, where people like their cars, in Vancouver, it's 30% of the people take the train or public transit to the airport, 70% take their cars. In Toronto, it's 90-10. We can do better in Toronto, and we should.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Fracadakis, to questions.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks for this presentation. I'm just wondering, based on your map, I don't know what page it's on, it's the one that says South Central Ontario has existing airport infrastructure, shows Pickering in yellow. So I'm wondering, I mean, you're poised to become one of the world's mega hub airports. What does the introduction of an airport like Pickering that would be similar to Pearson do for Pearson? I mean, if you're on an ascendancy to be a mega hub, the introduction of a potential airport at Pickering, what does that do?
Do you want to go?
Yeah, I think the suggestion is that Pickering would probably not be an international mega airport the way Pearson is. The investments had been made in Toronto Pearson. So what role could a Pickering airport play as a regional airport is still a question mark, but it would likely be more of a regional airport serving local demand and potentially niche aviation. So there's always, you know, cargo, business aviation, general aviation type roles that airports would play. And you see around the world in places like the New York area or in London, UK, there's sort of city regions, multiple airports that each play unique roles, complementing each other to serve the aviation demand for that area, not competing against each other in any way, but complementing each other to serve
Oh, okay, because I was always under the impression that the land that had been set aside in Pickering was actually for an international airport, but I appreciate that that may not actually...
Many years ago, the plan was to actually build the airport in Pickering to replace Pearson. That didn't happen.
Yes, but the land is still set aside, so
It is.
there is perhaps at some point a decision to be made on what happens over there.
Yeah, that's a decision will be made. I think the federal government's got someone studying Pickering, and a report's due in 2017. Excuse me. But the nature of the airport, the size, scope, et cetera, as Lori said, we're guessing it's unlikely to be an international hub of the nature of Pearson.
Cool. And the other question I had was around, you know, I can't remember again what slide it was, but it spoke to getting through the airport, the flow, I guess, and how long it takes. And I can speak as someone who's goes to the United States and has yet to make it in the 3 or 4 times that I've been to the U.S. this year through the customs and the security screening with any time to do any shopping. And I love to support your shops. They're also beautiful in Terminal 1 in particular. And yet I get to by the time I get through, I've only got like half an hour to board. So I'm just wondering, what do you propose for that? Because you do have great shops, and I suspect that that's a huge part of your business plan.
Yeah, we call it non-aeronautical revenue, which is the shops we're referring to. We've really upgraded it, as you commented. It's growing rapidly. It's doing well, but the faster people can get through and have some time to spend money, the better for us, because that revenue gets reinvested in the passenger experience. So why don't you comment on this, the reasons for some of the bottlenecks, Lori, and what's being done about them?
So the challenge really is how fast we've grown. I mean, we added 4 million passengers this year alone. So we're working with the federal government through Minister Garneau and Transport Canada to see if we can get additional resources for CATSA. We've actually taken the step as a company to start to put in our own money to start paying for screening lines because they just didn't have enough staff. There's a redesign that's happening with some new technologies. This is the CATSA Plus technology, which is in place in Calgary right now. Right now, we're processing about 100 passengers an hour through CATSA, where in Calgary, they're starting to see 260, 270 an hour. So that will make a difference when we start to see that new technology rolled out. And if you're not a member of Nexus, I suggest you all become members of Nexus. It's $50 for 5 years, the best $10 a year you'll ever spend. That gives you also access to the U.S. Global Entry Program, so on the return. So it's good for your security line as well as your border crossing.
Great, because it's a tragedy to see those shops empty with all those beautiful products sitting there.
Just waiting for you to buy.
For waiting for a home.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Councillor Frekadakis. Councillor Carroll, the question next, please.
Yes, I was interested in the transit map, and I think most of us have had the presentation on the potential for linking the lines that are already approved to a luggage and transport hub. But we are also under a lot of criticism for constantly changing whatever our proposals are. So I was wondering if there's a plan in the meantime that could help us improve transit. I know it's a different situation. I know it's a much more compact city, et cetera, but I was blown away going to Boston last spring to find that to drive people onto the transit authority, it's free. You get on an MBTA bus and it takes you to the nearest higher order rail transit, and it sort of programs you. You're then a transit rider for the whole stay. Are there any sorts of plans like that that the GTAA is looking at to pose as interims, both for a decade of construction and possibly a prolonged period of being able to approve what is on your map?
Lori, do you want to?
It's not something that I've heard any discussion about in terms of providing any of those types of services. We know that given the makeup of the area, and it's much more dispersed when you think of the whole airport employment zone relative to a downtown. So there are different types of solutions that you do have to think about. It's not necessarily always just a public transit solution. There's going to have to be other maybe disruptive technologies or shuttle services, et cetera. Whether that's being thought about in the context of an interim until construction's completed, that's not something I've heard discussion of, but I can take it back for sure.
And nothing, it's not of the nature that you've talked about, Councillor, but we have enhanced the bus pickup lanes on Terminal 1 significantly. The subway maps for the first time have a big red line that is called the Red Rocket, which is a bus from the Kipling station. So those are small cheese, I know, but it's an attempt, at least in the short term, to get the public more aware of what's available and make it as comfortable as we possibly can make it.
Okay, and is there any hope in the future for in your partnership with the UP Express for baggage check-in downtown?
It's something that our CEO has talked about. Our CEO, Howard Ng, came from Hong Kong, and they have downtown baggage checking in Hong Kong. It's really impressive.
And I think a couple of European cities now, too,
Yeah.
either starting it or have started it. Yeah.
Is there potential to have some baggage handling on the Up Express, Lori?
There is. I mean, the cars are limited in size, which would be part of the limiting factor and the security flow of it, but absolutely there's discussions on that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Crisanti, the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. I know a little bit about what goes on there, and being on CNAC, and so I want to look at your slide that speaks to 1 million car trips every day. What would you think is the single most beneficial improvement you've made to the property in terms of, because you know something about dealing with congestion? And I find that even traveling there, at peak travel times, somehow those number of vehicles manage their way through without too much incidents, or too many incidents.
Well, part of the redevelopment that we did as an airport, as Terminal 1 was being built, was a full redesign of the whole road network that comes into the airport. So that, in the last 15 years, has been totally rebuilt. So from the Highway 27 in on Highway 409, in fact, we've purchased a section of the Highway 409 so that we could redevelop the roadways to match up with our building construction. So I think that, in and of itself, was a huge opportunity to rationalize the spaghetti road system that existed before. We're always looking at flow, whether it's in the building or out of the building. I mean, I think our CEO talks a lot about hassle-free flow as a bit of the mantra for us as a management team. And any way you can try and move people more quickly, whether that's getting to the airport or it's, in their journey through. People don't want to remember their trip to the airport in any way other than it was almost inconsequential because it was smooth and free-flowing and pleasant, because as I said, they're not coming to the airport, they're coming through the airport to get to where they're really going. And so that's always top of mind.
We have great road infrastructure, basically.
We do, although the roads continue to get more and more congested, and so looking ahead, that the road system we have today is congested, and it isn't going to be able to accommodate us long-term, so that's why transit is such a priority.
And I would suspect that in terms of transit, a UP Express, given now that those rates have been adjusted dramatically, that people are obviously using it more and more often, and it's packed. Is that correct?
Well, anecdotally, I've taken it many times, and the last time I took it, I was afraid I wasn't going to be able to get a seat.
So now it's full.
Well, during certain periods of time, I think it's pretty full. Yeah, I haven't seen the detailed numbers, Lori, from Metrolinx. Have you?
Yeah, they say that their ridership has increased somewhere in the order of 3 or 4 times since the price has dropped. Yep. Now, that said, 10% of people who are getting to the airport using public transit, that includes people taking Up Express. So we still have a long way to go in terms of moving people to transit.
And just one last thing, in terms of jobs, so 332,000 jobs, of which I believe you indicated 12,000 within the City of Toronto. I was surprised it was that low.
The 12,000 are direct jobs, so that's of the 49,000 that work directly at the airport. Of the 332,000 jobs, there's 60,000 in Toronto.
60,000 that would be Toronto-related jobs?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Crisanti. Just one quick question to me. What can we do for you further?
That's a very nice question to ask, Mr. Chair. What are we going to say, Lori?
One person's in Toronto.
Well, Lori spent some time talking about the transportation, Union Station West. Any help that you can give in terms of your reviewing the options of getting more public transit into that hub area. As I think our CEO has said this in speeches, that the airport itself is ready to talk to governments and try and be a constructive partner in that process.
Right, and we've moved the motion to that effect, to have us as a city review and deal with that. And I'm very pleased that you have given the perspective that you want to collaborate with the city, as they've done in London and Canary Wharf, the work that's been done there and so on. And I think that's sort of leading edge. So thank you very much. Okay. All right. Thank you. Members to speak. Our first member to speak is Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, just briefly, I asked my questions about are there sort of interim measures that we can do in terms of mass transit, because of that experience I had at Logan, but also because there's no question there really is no other way to change the ratio, and we do have to change the ratio. 90% of people getting to the airport in cars that's probably unique to us at this point. But that's why I also asked about baggage handling. Anything we can do to encourage people to just one time try the Up Express is all it takes. And I count myself in the best case scenario, because where I live, although I live in the east end of the city, the easiest way for me to go to the airport is from my home in a car, because I live very close to the 401 and the 404. So why on earth would I go any other way? I'm even close if I want to go up and take the 407 during a peak time, except that the Up Express is better than all of those. So what I've actually done, and this probably won't happen this year, Mr. Chair, but I almost achieved Michael Thompson heights of travel this year, because I had 3 different things that all required out-of-town meetings in 1 year, the most unique of all my years in council. But I actually got into the habit of, instead of trying to get my work done so that I could go to the airport on a morning flight from my home and try and beat the morning rush hour by leaving at some early hour, I was actually reconfiguring my days to be downtown, working for the first half, choosing flights that would facilitate my taking the Up Express, because it's just so much better. And in one of those flights, I got on the Up Express overhearing three men who had left the Royal Bank Tower come down the escalator, got on the same plane as me, and as we were going down the escalator to the baggage in Vancouver, one of them said, "Oh my God, I forgot my coat." And he said, "Should we turn around? Maybe they took it off flight." And he said, "No, I forgot it in my office." It's the middle of winter. He had found himself in Vancouver before he missed his coat. And his friend said, "Well, there's no better city to buy a raincoat in." But in fact, they were doing the same thing as me. They were there for a one-day meeting. I ran into them on the way back, and he hadn't bought a coat, because it is now so convenient to get to both of those central business districts that he never missed it. And I think it was February. It was the early meeting of, it was March, because it was an FCM board meeting related thing. That's the gold standard, but anything we can do in an interim measure to drive people to that. And I think that idea of bus rapid transits that get people to that higher order transit until we can literally connect it in every direction, we'll get more suburbanites like myself there. We've got the businessman doing it from Royal Bank Tower to there and back, but to get suburbanites to experience it once and realize it's far and away better than driving across the top of the city on a clogged highway is the goal. And I think that's where we do have to help, and where partnership has to happen between us and both TTC and Metrolinx. I think we're going to have to enter into those conversations.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Ford?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to take this opportunity to compliment the airport. After being elected about 5 months ago, I've had the privilege to be working with many of businesses in my ward and community groups who are directly affected by the airport. And all I have heard is great stuff on community relations, and I've seen that firsthand, being your direct neighbor. And the community outreach you do is very commendable. So I wanted to say that. And just to one further comment of Pearson being one of the best airports in the world, and I believe that. I am also a pilot, so I use the airport more than a passenger, so I'm in there quite a bit, and I do commend the work that you do and the economic driver you are for the City of Toronto.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ford. I'm sorry, you flying with his airplane next? Okay. Okay. All right, members. Okay, Councillor Ford, you asked for it, so you're flying us somewhere warm, hopefully, to have the meeting. So, members, I would simply move that we receive the presentation, and what a presentation. I mean, this is a sign of success. With your permission, by the way, I am traveling later tonight, going to South America. I will actually like to add this as part of my deck of information that I will be showing to business leaders and so on that we'll actually be meeting with, because I do talk about the airport when I travel. I didn't have this presentation. That will be part of my series of presentations and my speaking remarks I'll be giving in a variety of places where I'll be traveling, promoting Toronto as a place for investment, promoting Toronto-based businesses and so on. So this is very timely. There's no doubt that we have exceptional people working. David, your leadership is extremely amazing. You chair the board, and it's a great board of people who are setting that policy and directive and so on. Howard Ng is an outstanding leader in the aviation industry and so on. I'll say that because he is sought after around the world, and we actually have him here. We brought him from Hong Kong to be here in Toronto, which basically indicates that this board and that organization, DTAA, is very serious and committed to growing the enterprise into the 2030 results that a projection that you've identified here. And of course, what can we say about Laurie McKee? Laurie is outstanding as a leader, and she's very well connected in this space, the political environment. She knows the environment all too well, in a positive way, Laurie, I'll say. And so I'm really pleased of this collaboration, and the question is If someone talks about the location of the airport, it doesn't matter. It is in the GTA, Toronto Pearson International Airport, very well known around the world. And so the things that you need to ensure that, you know, the second largest employment area in the city of Toronto, well, yes, but as the area, downtown Toronto is number one, and that area in the GTA is number two, but as you say, in the country, and you're absolutely right. There's a need for us to pay more attention to the transit and transportation need, how we actually build that out. And so the future is such that we have to plan for it. I'm very pleased at how you're planning for it. And the recognition that as folks, we're competing globally. And so this is indicative, this is that example of that. And so I'm really happy that, you know, the growth that's taking place and the recognition that has come. So thank you very much for your leadership, and wish you continued success. And we look forward to working with you, because the interesting thing is that people need to realize there's a huge benefit to us. I mean, people now come here to land and take a plane to go elsewhere. That had not always been the case. We would have to go to New York and other places like that. Well, Toronto is now a hub of transportation to project globally to take people around the world. And we're extremely happy for that, because that also has other benefits to us as a city as well. So thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you again for being here, and wish you continued good luck and success. So, members, all those in favor of receiving the presentation? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. I know that we're moving right along, so we now have item ED 1610 that's actually on our agenda next, and that is development of a night economy. We have a number of speakers that are actually here today, and I just wanted to remind some of the speakers, we are not making a decision on this particular matter today. The matter is brought up to us as is required for us to examine, so it's important that you understand that while you speak today, you'll have an opportunity to speak again later in the future when this matter does come back. So the first speaker I have on my list is Harold Smith. Is Mr. Smith here? Yes, you are. Mr. Smith, I don't know if you've been here before, sir, but you've seen the people coming. You have 5 minutes to speak, sir. You'll be timed. There's a timer to your left, and there's one behind you as well. And members will have the opportunity of being able to ask you questions should they wish. Thank you very much, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I strongly oppose the Toronto Music Industry Advisory Council's recommendation for a nighttime economy and urge you not to support it for the following reasons. Extending bar and nightclub hours will correspondingly increase the quantity of noise complaints these establishments already generate. Second reason is more noise bylaw enforcement resources will be required. According to the Executive Director of MLS, October 6, 2016 update on liquor licensing issues, a review of the data demonstrates a correlation between nighttime economy, community nuisance, and alcohol. For example, the majority of noise-related complaints received by the city relate to nighttime activities, and the majority of subsequent noise convictions secured through the provincial court system are related to establishments with a liquor license. Enforcing community nuisance related to the nighttime economy is becoming more demanding. Next reason, lessening hours of regulation will only increase noise complaints. The executive director of MLS stated in the amendments to the proposed noise bylaw, quote, a review of noise complaints history shows that the total number of noise complaints consistently increased each year since 2011. Previous total numbers for noise complaints were 3,273 complaints in 2011, went to over 4,000 in 2012, over 5,000 in 2013. It went to over 9,000 in 2015. So there's an upward trajectory of noise complaints. The next reason is that the increased hours of noise will increase stress on all those residents residing around these establishments, as well as the employees in these establishments. And according to the Lancet, the British prestigious medical journal, quote, the most investigated non-auditory health endpoints for noise exposure are perceived disturbance and annoyance, cognitive impairment, mainly in children, sleep disturbance, and cardiovascular health. The World Health Organization estimated that in high-income Western European countries, those are the population of this area is about 340 million. At least 1 million healthy life years, in brackets, disabled adjusted life years, end of brackets, are lost every year because of environmental noise. The next reason is that the noise bylaw is under review and will not be finalized anytime soon. Approving the above request, I believe, is irresponsible before this committee and council knows how effective the final noise bylaw and its enforcement regime will be. With respect to protecting entertainment industry staff and surrounding residents from additional entertainment, music industry, and patron noise and disturbance. The current noise control regime is already overtaxed, and the bylaw is skewed to favor noise-generating businesses and activities at the expense of residents' health and quiet enjoyment. And lastly, additional tax money will be used for bylaw enforcement due to the requested extended hours. This at a time when all city departments have been ordered to cut their budgets by 2.6%. So I close by saying excessive noise is already being generated in the city, and the Music Industry Advisory Council's recommendations will surely create more. Toronto's prosperity will continue without adopting them, and they're clearly inimical to Torontonians' overall interests and well-being. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith, for your presentations. Are there any questions for Mrs. Smith? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much, sir. If you have something in writing, sir, and you'd like to submit it to the clerk, a member of the clerk will come to you in a moment, and you can provide that to them. Okay, thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker is Dr. Sarah Beyer. Dr. Beyer? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And welcome. And Dr. Byers, I had mentioned to Mrs. Smith and others that you have 5 minutes to speak. There's a clock here to your left. You can see that clock. And
I won't take the 5.
no problem. You're allowed. Thank you.
I am fully in support of the previous speaker. I would just like to read a very brief statement.
Sure.
I am a resident of Yorkville, and I am a member of the Yorkville Residents Anti-Noise Coalition. And as a member, I would like to suggest this. Noise bylaws have to be clearly formulated such that residents are protected against music or other unwelcome noise emanating from the establishments between the hours of 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. on weekdays, and 9 a.m. on weekends. All bylaws enforcing structures must have the capacity, system, structure, which would allow for rigid enforcement of these bylaws. The Alcohol and Gaming Commission has to be demonstrating evidence of enforcing the above regulations by readiness to suspend or revoke alcohol license privileges. The establishments have to commit to policing their patrons and matrons against illegal and otherwise unacceptable behaviors. This is being discussed currently. Those things have not been established. Once the above systems are in place, We see no reason to object to extending the hours, but until until the time that this occurs, it would be cruel to extend an already stressed resident and business population that is suffering. I personally have been here in the past at the council, indicating how difficult it is for me to make decisions through the day, and sometimes urgent medical decisions on behalf of my husband, because I can't sleep at night. So the issue is that until there is an established bylaw that protects the residents, and until the enforcement agencies can demonstrate that they could do the job of enforcing it, and until the Alcohol Commission is ready to revoke the license, the extended hours would simply aggravate
And I
a very difficult
want to
situation.
make a very,
Thank you. And you are, ma'am?
I'm with her.
Okay, but what is your name?
Also, Helen Clark.
Okay, thank you.
I also want to remind the council that we want to be an international city, but that doesn't preclude the need for sleeping.
Thank you. Thank you both very much for your presentation. Just one moment, please. Let me just ask and see if there's any members of the committee wishing to ask any questions. Are there any members wishing to ask questions? Okay, there are none at this time. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you. Okay. Moving right along. Is that person? For this person? Yeah. Oh, that was her. Okay, fair enough. Okay, may I have Liz Salter, please, come forward? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And you have 5 minutes as well, ma'am.
That's okay, I won't be that long.
Thank you.
I feel like I'm living through Groundhog Day again. I would like to be able to come here and say that we have responsible patrons that frequent the late-hour activities of our city. However, in 2005, when I was director of the King Spadina Residents Association, many of you will remember that we worked very hard to restore a healthy balance to the downtown core. This issue is not about the downtown core. And frankly, I'm getting a little annoyed to hear that what did you live in the entertainment district for, as if we deserve the kind of behaviors that go on in the downtown core when it is a high residential component. In fact, the last time I looked at your statistical data, we are one of the highest residential components in the City of Toronto now in Ward 20. So please don't ignore that we have rights to the quiet enjoyment of our residential area. I've lived in downtown Toronto. I've traveled the world. I live in a global economy. I work in a global economy. I'm not against 24/7, but we do not have the enforcement tools and people out at those hours in the morning that can rectify the situation. I'm not going to read my notes because you have a copy of them, but you do not have a copy of some of the condo corporations who have gotten together, and you will probably receive it, Michael, because it went to you directly. But I will share with you what's still going on 10 years later. Now, for our condo in particular, the issue has disappeared. We live on the west side of Spadina at Richmond, and I have to tell you that the reason they've disappeared is because those 92 nightclubs and resto lounges have all moved to the other side, and guess what? So have the problems. However, it's not just the downtown core that experiences this, as you heard from the Yorkville Association or the Toronto, I also sit on the Toronto Noise Coalition. So this is coming from the board of directors from the Hudson, which is at 438 King Street West, the Glass condominiums at 25 Oxley Street, and the Charlie condos at 8 Charlotte Street, all brand new condos. It says, in the past few years, we have seen the transformation of the King Spadina neighborhood. While we are pleased with the gentrification of this once industrial area and the cultural development, we have also seen a transformation in the lounges, bars, and nightlife, and we have not only observed but lived the increase in disturbances, crime, drugs, and violent nightlife. So severe was our concern on this issue that our 3 buildings held a community safety meeting in January 2016. I enclose correspondence for your reference. Our very own northeast corner of King Spadina, where there are now 7 residential condominiums, has experienced gunshots fired, numerous noise complaints, assaults, and public intoxication. For example, at the Charlie building, stray bullets were fired into their lobby, shattering glass and narrowly missing our security guard. We regularly have intoxicated people creating noise disturbances late at night through to the early morning, urinating in our back alleyways and flower planters, and attempting to sleep in our lobbies. Well, I'm not going to read any more. I think you get the picture. I would love to say that we were all responsible adults and accountable for our behaviors. But time and time again, this is what we as the residents have to deal with at 3 o'clock in the morning, in addition to them pulling fire alarms, which is a safety issue for the children and families that live in our building because they're drunk and disorderly, and we end up doing the cleanup day in, day out. Because they're, trust me, for the Toronto Police, I sat on the Community Police Liaison Committee, the last thing they have time to deal with is noise issues. So I'd like to be able to support this nighttime economy, but I have to say that the nighttime economy is more than just having an extra couple of hours for people to drink into oblivion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. Just one moment, please. Don't leave. I just want to make sure there are no questions.
Sorry.
Are there any questions? Okay, none. Thank you very much. Okay. And we have the next speaker is Lynn Robinson. Ms. Robinson, you're here? Thank you. You'll start the time when you've taken your seat, Ms. Robinson. Okay. Thank you very much, and good afternoon.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson, and other councillors for having me here. My name's Lynn Robinson. I'm the chair of the Toronto Island Noise Committee. I've been on the noise beat for 20 years, and the beat is still beating. As part of my work, I've been trying to read up on the music strategy and on documents from TMAC, because, of course, that is going to affect my life. And what I've discovered is that all kinds of positive words like vibrant, all kinds of benefits to be derived from the music industry, and neutral language like the nighttime economy, which sounds like a good thing in general. I don't see any negative words associated with the music industry or with licensed establishments. And that's a problem for me. So I'm going to introduce some of I made a list of negative words. And pardon me if they are blunt. The first one is death. People die in the nighttime economy. There was at least 1 death at the docks. There were at least 2 deaths outside the government in its old days. Some stabbings there. Certainly lots of deaths in the club district. At its worst, deaths at Muzak, shootings at Muzak. And a couple of weeks ago, a young man was kicked to death, allegedly by patrons of a nearby cafe bar. So that's about as bad as it gets. Violence you've heard about. I just got a report from the British Home Office called Violence in the Nighttime Economy. Violent behavior in and around clubs and pubs on weekend nights presents a significant public health, criminal justice, and urban management problem. So violence comes along with it. Drugs and overdoses. 2 people died at Veld from drugs a couple of years ago. Again, this is a musical event, which of course attracts drugs. We had a big concert on the Toronto Island, huge concert, and I called the Marine unit the next day to see how things had gone, and they said, well, we spent the whole day taking overdoses off into the hospital, and I'm pretty annoyed about this because my job is to be available for marine crises in the harbor, to go out in their boats and look after people in trouble. He was not pleased. Drunkenness, of course. Rohypnol, rape. I got this from a conference, a workshop I went to about 10 years ago down in Clubland from an OPP officer for the Alcohol and Gaming Commission and from some women who worked in a rape crisis center. Yeah, there's rape in the Clubland at night and Rohypnol, and they were not pleased. This was a huge conference, by the way, back then. It was packed with bylaw officers and Toronto police and rape crisis people and people from CAMH and MLS. There might be, I don't know, 200 people there trying to deal with the problems in Clubland. So at its worst, it gets very bad. Public urination, another word. Littering, another word. Noise, I won't belabor it. I've been battered by it for 20 years. And my final word is vomit. Yes, at one of our big island concerts, the deckhands had to hose down the decks after every shift to get the vomit off the decks, and one deckhand ran out and bought paper bags to hand out. So these are some of the words that are associated with the music industry. There's a very, very dark downside. And doesn't mean the music industry is going to go away or that we're going to shut it down. It's here to stay. And I know that Toronto backs the music industry through the music strategy. It backs it through TMAC. So then we have to say, well, what are we going to do about this? It causes problems. Causes problems to the extent that we have this wonderful thing that I just discovered called the Liquor Licensing Task Force, which it was developed because there were so many problems from licensed establishments / music industry. Lots of people there. So although I know, Councillor Thompson, you've said this is not a day for decision and it's going back for more work, which I agree with, I'm completely opposed to the wording of this motion because it says that we are to support the nighttime economy, whereas I think we need to do work on the problems that we already have, and I have lots of suggestions for that, and I want to see TMAC
We're at 5
working
minutes.
on the problem.
Wrap up, please. Oh, you're right on time.
No, I have about another minute.
Okay, no, I'm sorry. I can't give you another minute. I'd like just to wrap up now, 30 seconds.
I'd like to see TMAC make a commitment to work with the licensing task force, to work with with its members on best practices, to work with changing the culture in the nighttime economy with the kids so that they're more respectful and all of that, and to work with the residents so we can solve some of the problems. 32 seconds.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much. You have a submission. If you could hand that to the clerk, that would be helpful.
I don't have a submission for
But if you could write one later on, if you'd like to send something in addition, that's perfectly fine as well. Thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, moving right along. Members, our last speaker that I have on my list, I don't know if there's anyone else, but I have Spencer Sutherland. Spencer, would you come forward, please? And you have as well, Mr. Sutherland, 5 minutes to speak. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I am here today on behalf of the Toronto Music Advisory Council and also the Toronto Association of BIAs. In addition to those two groups, I manage the Queen West BIA, I own a music venue, and I'm a father of 2 kids. We are suggesting for the city to develop a strategy to support and enhance the nighttime economy. Developing the strategy is not just a good idea, it is an economic necessity and an inevitable step in the maturation of this city. The nighttime economy is a major component of our local economy. Although we don't have exact figures yet, based on data from comparable cities, the nighttime economy is estimated to be worth close to $7 billion annually and accounts for over 300,000 jobs, including 65% of all first-time jobs to youth. It is interesting that this committee today has considered improving hotel stays and youth employment. The nighttime economy is in fact a major driver of both. Jane Jacobs is famously quoted for saying that cities have the capability of providing something for everybody only because, and when, and only when they are created by everyone. Despite its vast economic value, the nighttime economy is frequently underrepresented and neglected. A vibrant nighttime economy is critical to tourism, the supply chain workforce, and creative industries. It facilitates social interaction and is necessary to attract and maintain the interest of young adults especially, which are critical to the success of companies and one of the major choices for the choice of location. As the city continues to grow, it becomes increasingly vital to make better use of what we call the other 9 to 5. The climbing value of real estate means that every business and every city service is pressured to be leveraging more hours of the day and night in order to remain viable and efficient. Businesses need to find new and improved ways of serving clientele around the clock, and city services need to be leveraged for more hours of the day and night to make better use of the substantial cost of infrastructure. Toronto is not only the capital of our province, it is now hailed in the new Tourism Toronto campaign as Canada's downtown. We need to be realistic about the role that Toronto plays in the world. We need to be a 24-hour city. We have a growing population to accommodate, and visitors to our city increasingly expect it. Toronto is Canada's gateway to the world, a world which operates 24/7. Events of international significance happen around the clock, and we need a strategy to support that. Every world city reaches a point in the growth cycle where it becomes necessary to plan and tend to the nighttime economy. Toronto is the country's biggest and most mature city, but is actually lagging behind other major cities across the world in developing such a strategy. The nighttime economy is a garden that needs to be tended and nourished rather than grown wild as it has been to date. We asked the city to explore ways to enhance our nighttime economy, including ways to improve and update liquor licensing types, transportation, community safety, and special events. To date, extension of hours for the sale and service of liquor have been administered by the province. This is a burden that could be better handled by the city with a much improved lens, targeted and intelligent approach. Extending the hours of liquor licensing is a mechanism that already exists and could be harnessed at the municipal level to support the responsible operation of licensed establishments and enhance our nighttime economy. It is important to understand that a vibrant nighttime economy does not entail the disquieting of neighborhoods. The nighttime economy such a strategy is not the cause of noise, violence, and urination. It is the solution to these problems. These problems already exist, and a strategy for the nighttime economy, which is currently lacking, will only have a positive impact. This strategy is necessary to help businesses, residents, and visitors to coexist in a fast-growing and dense metropolis. And of course, it should be developed in consultation with businesses, with residents, and with stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions? I thought your hands was, okay. Councillor Carroll, thank you.
So the TMAC conversation, we didn't have that conversation in a vacuum where we didn't discuss the problems currently in entertainment districts. That was very much part of the discussion, was it not?
This is just the start of the discussion. We're not making any specific recommendations before council. We're simply saying that these are issues that we need to look at and that we need to develop a viable strategy for our downtown. And that
right, but in having that conversation, the conversation wasn't just on driving more business, more revenue. We had a conversation about the problems in the current entertainment district as well. You don't want us to have the conversation about nighttime economy independent of any of the current day problems.
No, if anything, we think that had this strategy been done 20 years ago, many of the problems that we experienced in the entertainment district could and should have been avoided.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Any further questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you. All right, members, I have no further speakers on this particular item, so I will now take this into committee. Okay, so, 1 second. No, you're the first speaker, Councillor. So Councillor Carroll is the first, and then Councillor Fracadakis. Please go ahead, Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, I'm just going to move this motion first because I think it'll put it in a context quite different from the context of AM Talk Radio this morning, which was that TMAC really is just looking for bars to be open all night and have Austin city limits 365 days a year. That's the way it sounded to me this morning, listening to an AM Talk radio stations. This is, in fact, a change from the wording that came forward from TMAC, but this is, in fact, what they wanted to do. They know we already have. We're looking at the idea of, instead of having battles in council chamber, some will remember the battle between Councillor Perks and others about should there be a club, shouldn't there be a club? Should we renew the music lease, shouldn't we renew the music lease? We have this battle. So there is already a situation which staff sees in the matter of should we have a nightmare ambassador who actually begins to be a specialist in these matters, because they're moving across this committee, MLS, various committees. We already have that going on. We also have strategies around noise. We're not enforcing it very well. We have a liquor licensing task force looking at who should be making the decisions, because we can be overridden. Downtown councillors know that they need to have the power to attach conditions to licenses, so that when the conditions are not met, it's very easy for them to say, this is a bad actor. You shouldn't be allowed to have this club. People apply for restaurant licenses and commit to having a certain number of tables, and by 8 o'clock the tables have disappeared and it's a recorded music nightclub. We also have had long conversations in TMAC about the issues of if you have a couple of square blocks of nothing but giant dance palaces with nothing but recorded music, you're just asking for the guns to come along with. Those cities that have successful entertainment districts have the live component, have a far more diverse mix of folks coming into a neighborhood, because there are those that are coming to see special acts, not just because that's where I go every week, because the music will be very, very loud and electronic and I will do lots of drugs. You know, if you have 2 square blocks in the city's business core where that's the MO of everyone on that street, you're asking for trouble. Add to that mix the unique proposition of Toronto, in which residential structures are interspersed with that entertainment district, whether you put it. These are conversations that TMAC is having, is willing to have. These are the other places in the city where we're having them. We think we need to pull them together. But the thing that needs to be clear to the community is there is going to be entertainment downtown. But we know we have to do it in a way that gets at the problems. This is the city that is Canada's music core. They want to make a living, but they also want to live downtown, and they also have kids. So some of the problems that we want solved, actual musicians want them solved too. And so there is a way, we believe, that we pull all these things together. You don't want us to deliver a noise bylaw report on one day, then the liquor licensing task force deliver on another day, and so on and so on and so on, and then really not have a strategy that brings it all together. So this motion is an amalgam of what has been done so far, and therefore staff are seized of, and we expect reports of, the conversations that have been had in TMAC, and also to the deputants. It is all, the other thing that is embedded in this are the bodies that the downtown councillors want us to consult, and so that is Councillor Cressy, Councillor Layton, Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor McConnell, and Councillor Perks. And these are the people who take the vomit calls every morning. These are the people who interact with their police over shootings more often than we do. Those of us who are representing in different parts of town. And so they want to make sure, and they are the representatives of most of the deputies today, they want to make sure that we're pulling all these together before we proceed with anything. And so that's the intent of the motion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. Are there any questions for Councillor Carroll? Okay, not to speak, Councillor Frakadakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm not actually sure where to begin, because I'll start with saying that I support the music industry and the music strategy, but I actually am a councillor who has had 3 violent deaths associated with one establishment on Danforth East. And my community and Councillor Fletcher's community has worked incredibly hard with our residents to try to address the issues around the business license of said establishment, and have struggled for years, and finally, had that license revoked through the licensing tribunal. So the issues are not just for the downtown councillors, they're across this city. So the people in the community that I represent and in the community to the south of me have experienced a lot of issues these number of years with some of the activities that happen late into the night, well past the 2 o'clock hour. So, you know, while I support this referral, I'm not sure in the end I'll be supporting anything that extends drinking hours past what's already in place, because we already have a number of issues in enforcing the noise bylaws, and our police are quite taxed doing other things, so they can't always respond to all of the various complaints, because I know I get a lot of complaints from my constituents about similar things that those in the downtown experience, because we experience them too, and we're not really in the nightclub quote-unquote district, but we have a lot of establishments that basically operate as nightclubs. So yeah, I'm a little surprised to see the wording of this original decision letter, but glad that it'll be referred to something else that'll look at the whole thing a little more holistically.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor. Councillor Kelly to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I strongly support this initiative. It's been pointed out that this is not an exercise in ignoring the concerns, the legitimate concerns of many of the residents of not only downtown Toronto, but as Councillor Fragadakis has indicated, right across the city in various communities. It really is a forum that we can address them in a, as Councillor Carroll has suggested, in a holistic way, you know, because all of these issues are in one way or another interrelated. It's also an opportunity to maximize the benefits that could be realized if you embrace the concept of a nighttime economy and try to extract from it, the benefits economically, socially, marketing, and the only way you can combine the two is to have this initiative go forward. And I'm looking forward very much to its report. Is there a timeline on this at all?
No.
I sincerely hope it comes back as early as possible in 2017.
That's what we're.
Because the earlier you get to this, the better it is for everybody.
Okay. Okay. Right. Okay. Okay. Good. Councillor McConnell, how are you? How are you? You have just arrived, and I think we were actually on our last speaker on this item. I know your name was attached to the item. Did you wish, because we can allow you to speak if you'd like to speak on it, should you wish? Okay.
Say thank you. Sorry, we were just coming from the housing piece at Queen's Park, so sort of hurrying down University. So thank you for Councillor Carroll for moving it. I think it's really important to make sure that we're balancing this so that there isn't a backlash. And so people are still able to live and work and play all together in the downtown, and that in fact there's harmony amongst them. So as important as one is over the other, keeping a balance is terribly important. And the noise issues in and around the harbor, in and around the downtown, have been very severe, as many of you know, and get very easily out of control if there aren't regulations around them. So we have no difficulty when we don't hear the noise. We have a great deal of difficulty when we're not able to sleep. And that's really what this is all about. And the last thing is that we need to also recognize that some people are more sensitive to noise than others. And so the vibration is often the piece that really makes people sick. And I have had people who really have got sick from this. So I think there's a good balance. I think we'll be able to find our way through it. And I think that we want to be making sure that this is a celebrated city for music. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Councillor McConnell. And I see no further speaker. Just to add my voice to the issue in that the matter is being referred to the General Manager to come back with a report that, of course, identify all the things that have been stated and perhaps those that have not been stated that are important to this particular issue. And as the Vice Chair talked about balance and the need, and I think that consistent with what Councillor McConnell and everyone else has spoken about and so on. So, Mr. General Manager, your task has been given, or you've been given some more additional tasks to do on this particular matter, and I think we're expecting to see it come back as soon as possible, because you have a list of items that you're working through. That's why we don't want to actually put a time on this item, so we'll come back appropriately as per your workload. Okay? Thank you. So the motion, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. All right. So let's move right along, folks. We are now moving to our next item, which is ED 1612, ensuring a robust hotel supply to strengthen tourism. And we have a president.
Before that.
No. Folks, I'm going to ask that we vary, okay, and leave the other item and allow, because this is a staff presentation, I get that. So I think there are folks here who have been sitting here all day. We afford them the opportunity to be able to come and to speak on this. Maybe some of them are taking transit back home. They want to beat rush hour and so on and so forth. So if I can do that with your permission, okay? Thank you. We have the deputations. So I'd like to call Medine Gebre. I hope I've pronounced his name properly. Is Medine here? Medine, are you here? Medine Gebre, come on, please. You have 5 minutes to speak. Okay, you're going to go together? Yes. Fantastic.
We're both speaking the same thing, and I don't want to take up more.
No, that's fantastic. We really appreciate you coming forward, Louis. Okay, so once you have your seat taken, you can sit close to her. Yeah, there you go, Louis. Okay. Okay, so I'll allow you to speak. You would have 10 minutes if you'd like, but if you have no need for 10, that's great as well. Thank you, and thank you very much for being patient and being here all day. Thank you. Thank you. You may proceed. I know it's probably your first time. Just take a deep breath and just take a deep breath. We're all here to hear you. You have the stage, okay? Don't be nervous.
Thank you. My name is Medine Gebre. I have worked at the Chelsea Hotel downtown for 26 years. I'm here to support your discussion today. I would like to speak about, I forgot about the paper.
Speak from the heart.
Yeah.
Yes.
I rather speak with my heart than reading things. I'm not good. I'm here to talk about the good jobs, the hotel, the hotel worker. I am a room attendant at the Chelsea Hotel for 26 years. And I came here in 1989. And my dream is that to have a better life from where I come, which is East Africa, Ethiopia. And my first job is Chelsea Hotel as a room attendant, and good job. When I'm saying good job is that right now I make $20 per hour, and plus my benefit, which is I can provide to my children, to my family, like dentist, any kind of medical, as you know, is so expensive in this country and anywhere else. Right now, these good jobs, they are really under threat. As you know, Chelsea applied to condo conversion. And there is other hotels following up. In the Chelsea Hotel, we have 1,600 rooms, guest rooms only, and plus banquet, restaurant, meeting rooms. You know, it's a huge hotel, as all of you know. From these 1,600 rooms, after the development, what they propose us is only 300 room guests. It's 3 condo tower, what they proposed. And our demand is not that we don't want them to do the condo conversion, the renovation, that's fine. But what we are asking is, why not put back the whole room? It's 3 tower. From this 3 tower, why they only decide to give us to put back the 300 room guest room? And in these 26 years working in this place, every 4 years we fight to get in this situation, to leave the good job, to have the good job. We fight every 4 years. And now we end up like, we don't know what is our future. We don't know what's our children's future and our co-workers. It's not only for us, it's young people who's coming from the college, university right now. They are looking in the hotels. They are working in the hotels as part-timer. Even though they are part-time, they have full benefit like us. What we are asking is only that as a citizen, as a worker, as an immigrant, like anybody else who's come in this country for better life, to look after the workers. That is just my, I can't say anymore. And
Thank you very much. Louis?
I will leave.
Hey, my name is Louis Nacarado. I actually started as a doorman at the Westbury Hotel. Some of you may remember it at Young College, approximately 37 years ago. I'm presently still employed there as the concierge for the hotel. I'm also chief steward for the hotel also. I represent approximately 220 employees. We are also under the same condo conversion. I did hear a few things this morning that I was kind of very skeptical about. One of them was that there was no loss of rooms to the city. I believe that if we take a closer look at that, there is an actual fact loss of moderately priced rooms. You see, what happens, what I've seen over the years is that we're able to attract these large conventions, such as Microsoft, such as TIFF, because of the fact that we have relatively moderately priced rooms. We're eliminating those moderately priced rooms and replacing them with Trump Towers, Shangri-Las, where the room rates are considerably higher. We will lose these major players, these major conventions that we get, because we're going to price ourselves out of the market. If we take a look just in the two condo conversions, which are before committee, you're going to see that we're losing just in that. It's almost 2,000 rooms nights. So those 2,000 rooms that are being taken off market, they're not being replaced. We heard that the Toronto downtown area this morning had approximately 50,000 rooms. You can't expect to lose 2,000 hotel rooms and not have an impact on availability, not have an impact on price. Because that's the my most concern is that a lot of the hotel players that are out there, they won't raise that alarm, because by removing that stock base off of our core base, which is the 50,000 that are there, it's basically allowing them to charge more for their product. It's basically allowing them to increase the price per night that they can charge for that product, because there's less of them out there. So they're not going to be the ones that are going to raise the alarm that we are eroding the base of hotel rooms that are out there. Between the Chelsea, between now the Courtyard Hotel, which was the old Marriott, we will be losing in the area of 1,000 jobs. Those 1,000 jobs are not going to be able to be replaced anywhere else in the city. A lot of us are old-term hotel employees. That's what we've known all our lives. We have, I've been there 37 years, but there's been people that have been at our hotel for over 40, 45 years that have been there all their lives. They're in their 50s. They're going to be left in a market at 50 years old. They're going to be pretty much unemployable. And that's my main concern. I know that if we were to take a little closer look at those numbers that were given to us this morning, you'd come to the same conclusion. A lot of the mid-priced hotels are being taken off market
because the price of land is so expensive, that's why that everyone's moving to the suburbs. It's got nothing to do with the fact that the suburbs is more attractive. It's just there they can build and get a return on their investment, where on the downtown core, their return on investment is converting it to condo towers where that they can basically walk away, put money in their pocket and walk away. So, you know, this rush to build the city, you know, I live in fear because presently I live close to Yonge and Shepherd, and we've seen what's happened to that Yonge Shepherd corridor. We've seen that there's so many condo buildings that have been allowed to be built up in that area, and there's no community support. There's nothing there. There's no parks, nothing. We've got Mel Lastman Square up there, and that's the only place you can go. And there's a small little patch of grass, and that's it in that area. There's not very much. So, you know, I'm here before City Council to kind of raise the alarm and to kind of tell you that hotel workers are, you may not believe it, but we're a bit of an endangered species. We're not going to be able to work anywhere else. We're not going to be employed anywhere else. Our skill sets are not wanted in today's economy because, you know, we're that old dog that's always done the same thing. And that's what 90% of our employees are. And that's why that I'm here in front of you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions? Visiting members? Seeing none. Members? Seeing none. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Members, we have a motion, and basically it is just simply changing a wording that is, I think it's a direct City Council, but it's really to direct the Economic Development Committee, direct the General Manager. That's really the change. It's just the first line. All right, give you a chance to read it. Okay. Yeah, no, everything is the same, and it's a referral motion from Council to the General Manager. Councillor Carroll?
Can I just ask one question? Because if you scroll down, the last clause, it asks for this report. And I know we're heaping pressure, but then...
Is that E?
I love to heap pressure. It says
is that E?
Yeah, it says the third quarter of 2017. And my concern with giving that much time on this report is, I don't know how many development applications are going to take rooms out of commission during that time. Because this began, the motion we moved here in committee in meeting number 15 was because I thought it was just the Chelsea, and it turns out there are 2 formal applications and 2 more informal. Do we need to wait till the third quarter to look for, you know, planning tools?
So maybe I'll just look to the General Manager to have him respond to your question. Mr. General Manager, the question is whether or not there's an opportunity to advance the timeline as opposed to the third quarter.
Not completely within the control of this division. Because this requires some significant coordination with planning, so I can't speak on behalf of planning. I can speak on behalf of our division. We'll do the work that's necessary, but planning and the consultation processes and the review processes they need to do is one of the reasons why we put the third quarter down.
So is it possible, well, I guess I can't put you in the spot of having to speak for the chief planner, but is it possible that because this report is coming, that may be something that if need be, they would put before the OMB, please allow us before completing consideration of this application, da-da-da-da.
I'll undertake to talk to the chief planner and see what we can do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, everybody satisfied? Okay, the motion's on the screen. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, thank you very much to the speakers and to the members who are here today to support them. Thank you very much for being here. And we do appreciate the hotel workers. We need you. Thank you. Absolutely. Members, we have one item left. It is Mr. Latoya's presentation on Canada 150. I'm going to ask Vice Chair Kelly to take the chair. May I do so? And we have quorum, so I have to step out. So, thank you. Mr. Latoya? Yeah, of course.
I'll just, if I could, Mr. Chair or Vice Chair, if I could just set this up for a second. Larry Ostola is going to talk about the thing. We recognize it's the last item of the day, and so he's not going to take a long time. What I want to emphasize right now is how important this whole topic is. We only get one chance to do a sesquicentennial properly. So we will focus on that. The chair is co-chair of an organizing committee, and there's been a lot of work done so far. But since this is the last presentation opportunity we have before the sesquicentennial year starts, we just beg your perseverance for a little bit longer while we run through it. We're happy, obviously, to answer any questions you have, and obviously very welcome to provide us with any suggestions on what to do. Now I'll turn it over to Larry Ostola.
Chair, councillors, thank you very much for the opportunity to briefly speak to you this afternoon. As Mike Williams mentioned, Canada's sesquicentennial in 2017 is rapidly approaching. And so what I'd like to do over the course of the next few minutes is give all of you a brief update on the status of planning for various initiatives related to Canada 150. Now, you're going to note right away that there's a great deal of information in the deck. I'm only going to be hitting the high points, but we'd clearly be pleased to provide any answers to any questions you might have subsequent to the presentation. So with that, what are we trying to do? Well, we hope that in 2017, at the time of Canada's sesquicentennial, we will create a memorable, diverse, and appealing program of events and activities that will celebrate Canada, celebrate Toronto's place in Canada, and engage a wide variety of citizens and communities, and inspire pride both in our city as well as in our country. Council provided some pretty specific direction in December of 2015, and some of that direction was to establish the appropriate planning mechanisms, to seek funding from other levels of government, look at our existing activities and see what could be adapted to Canada 150. It also talked about the financial allocations, for example, the $4.2 million for Canada 150 that Council approved. And finally, Council asked that an external advisory group representing a variety of different community interests be formed to help us along the way. In terms of the governance structure and the direction provided by Council, an external advisory committee has been established. It's co-chaired by Councillor Thompson, and it has roughly 16 members, although there are a few suggestions for expansions to that committee. And the intent is that the external community advisory group would advise on final program design and marketing strategies, as well as serve as ambassadors for Canada 150, both now and throughout 2017.
Chair.
In addition, an interdivisional working group has been established so that people within the city, staff within the city, can compare notes, and that we can find out where there may be complementary activities and build the best program that we can together. And finally, within Economic Development and Culture, there's an internal steering committee chaired by Mike, which is also helping us move forward. So, what are some of the things that we have planned and are working on presently? Well, clearly, we're going to be kicking things off on New Year's Eve at Nathan Phillips Square with a major celebration, which will really launch the sesquicentennial year. Should be a great celebration. We're looking in April, and again, I'm not going to hit all of these points, but in April, we're looking at commemorating a very significant Canadian anniversary and Toronto anniversary, the 100th anniversary of the Battle of Vimy Ridge. It will be a major event at Fort York on the 8th and 9th of April. And we're also participating in a federal signature initiative, which is known as SESQUI, which is going to bring 3 interactive domes to Regent Park in the month of April. And we're helping out with a financial contribution and partnering with the organization that's behind SESQUI. So again, just a few highlights. We also have plans actively underway to celebrate National Aboriginal Day on June the 21st, 2017. And we've switched things around at Fort York a little bit, and we've had a very successful Indigenous Arts Festival for a number of years now. And so that will take place on the weekend following the National Aboriginal Day, and we're essentially going to have a package of 5 days of programming, which we think will really celebrate Indigenous art and Indigenous culture. Another highlight, 4 days of Canada 150 celebrations at Nathan Phillips Square from June the 30th to July the 3rd. Many folks in this room will have directly experienced Panamania. It's really something along those lines. with performers representing the country, the city, and a whole bunch of different musical and performing genres. And so again, it will be a major celebration that will be complemented on July the 1st with events at Mel Lastman Square, Humber Bay West Park, and the Scarborough Civic Complex. So 4 different locations across the city. A few other items to mention, again, not hitting on all of the activities. We're planning a wide-ranging event called Momento, which is essentially a commemoration and celebration of persons, places, and events that have marked not only Toronto, but which have also marked Canada. And there are, for example, over 20 activations that will take place at the city's historic sites, which are located in various parts of the city. Nuit Blanche in 2017 is going to have a Canada 150 specific theme called Many Possible Futures, and the curators who have been engaged are going to be working on that theme and applying it to the Canadian experience. And there will also be what we hope will be a major citizenship and reaffirmation ceremony at Fort York in the summer of 2017, really an all-day celebration of what it means to be Canadian. There are not surprisingly, a great many other divisions and organizations that are planning celebrations and commemorations in the city. This list that's on the screen really does not do justice to the efforts that are being deployed, but in the interests of time and space, there are a few that are listed. Parks, Forestry and Recreation has come up with a wide range of activities, including a Canada 150 Snap and Share photo contest, a commemorative tree and bench program, and a program entitled 150 Years of Canadian Winter. Let's celebrate. Well, hopefully the weather cooperates on that one. The Toronto Fire Service has some activities planned, as does the City Clerk's Office and the Toronto Archives. And we continue to explore, along with the External Advisory Committee, what the legacy programs may be that come out of Canada 150. Marketing is clearly going to play a major role right now and throughout 2017. The official program launch is going to take place December the 9th in the Rotunda at City Hall with representatives of the Government of Ontario and the Government of Canada. And there'll be a specific focus on New Year's Eve, but it will also be an opportunity for us to reveal the major part of the programs that we will be presenting in 2017. Our intention is that we will have a Canada 150 web portal and events calendar, which essentially will be one-stop shopping for residents, for visitors who want to go and find out what's going on related to Canada 150 in the City of Toronto. So not only activities that are being presented by the city or by the city's partners, but community groups, neighborhood associations, others who may have activities will have an opportunity to get those activities on the portal, so people will be able to go to it and find out what's going on at what time during the year. We have a variety of marketing tactics that are being deployed, which I won't go into because they're on the slide, but I am very pleased to say that the TTC has been confirmed as a major partner for Canada 150 marketing, and they are giving us access, for example, to all of their platforms, streetcars, subway cars, promotional vehicles that they have throughout the month of June and into July, and so that's going to be very important. And we also have a large range of media and broadcast partners whom we're working with as well. Finally, we continue to actively seek funds to support the financial contribution that the City of Toronto has made. To date, $417,000 has been confirmed from the federal government. Other contributions, confirmation of them is pending. And we are also awaiting final confirmation of the financial contribution from the province of Ontario, but the signals are extremely positive, and so we're very hopeful on that front. And finally, we continue to actively work on sponsorships, and at the end of the day, we're hopeful of obtaining about $2.5 to $3 million in additional funding that will complement the funding that has already been contributed by the City of Toronto. So I will leave my presentation there, and I would welcome and try and respond to any questions that you have. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Questions? Seeing none? And I think that's a credit to the presentation. I think you covered it fulsomely. It's very much appreciated. Is it a receipt? I don't have it in front of me. Motion to receive. Councillor Ford, all those in favor, opposed? That's carried. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Frangadakis, all those in favor, opposed? That carries. Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.